Do you know what we're here for? The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal. Immediately, if not sooner.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. days off for him.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Consequences.
This woman is
Close it up,
dangerous,
just
ladies
like
and
my wife's vagina.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Jesus, I say that.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
It's science.
Immediately, if not sooner. Illegal. Illegal. Illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Come on.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
What now?
Your name, please.
Climate and everything are the same word.
I see that you know your judo.
Have each other. Facebook.
Well, here we are again. Good to see you, space fams. Hope things are well. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, so let's get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, and we've got a long journey to the vast abyss tonight. The way may be turbulent. Just realizing that my Twitch leaderboard is only going month by month. It's strange. I don't know why it's set to that. But it means that the only person on the leaderboard right now is Donald James X. 575 bits donated. And also utilized. Anyway. Some shout outs here. Selena Marie and Mary. I'll remember to say it right at some point. First, Moa Noep. Second, and So Life. Third, and also first, somehow. Narwhal by Nature's here. Schmegley, I see you. Del Solverde and the Anti-Corporatist. Narwhal by Nature. Dirt Gently. And Mini Doctor's getting up there at the end. Okay, let's get to it. Does this look fucked? That's better. Fixed it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Bits are on Twitch, not it. That is right, Many Doctors. Unfortunately, YouTube still lacking the correct number of subs. Just to be doing donations here on YouTube. Alright, let's start in America. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are really struggling to get their bearings with the new landscape in front of them. They were beaming with excitement at that Republican, I guess you can call it a national convention. It felt more like a Republican-led church service. Hello, BCat. I am so sorry. Did I not say BCat in the initial shout out? That is rude. It is rude. That is my fault.
How rude.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
And I'm sorry. You know, we're going to start immediately with politics here today. We've been doing that a lot lately. For whatever reason, it just seems to be taking up so much time and space. So let's start here with J.D. Vance yelling at reporters. Well, yelling might not be the right terminology. Snapping, perhaps. Taking offense to their questions.
Sir.
From NBC News, you have repeatedly suggested that the only reason Kamala Harris didn't pick Josh Shapiro to be her running mate is because of his Jewish faith. Do you have any evidence to support that assertion, that a person who's married to a Jewish man is somehow anti-Semitic or bowing to anti-Semites?
Well, I reject the premise of the question. I did not say that that was the only reason that Kamala Harris didn't choose Josh Shapiro. So you should, take a little less DNC.
It's not the only. It's one of the reasons.
Ask a real question. I have suggested that Kamala Harris was motivated, or at least her party was motivated by anti-Semitism, and the evidence that I offer for
anti-Semitism. Yeah, we all should be worried about anti-Semitism. It's a scourge. It's a scourge on the world. Sorry, we got to go back. This guy
is what
ridiculous.
Talking points when you ask your questions and ask a real question. I have suggested that Kamala
Why don't you ask a real question? It was clearly a real question. It was just a question JD was either not a fan of, or perhaps not the one he would have preferred, but it was definitely a real question. I'm sure there's an answer to it somewhere.
was motivated, or at least her party was motivated by anti-Semitism. And the evidence that I offer for that is what dozens of Democratic activists said in the run-up to her selecting her nominee. There were multiple grassroots activists, multiple media personalities, multiple people with influence in the Democrat Party who suggested that she should not choose Josh Shapiro because of his ethnic background.
Hold on. Okay, so multiple people. But he had, hey, hold on.
There were multiple grassroots activists, multiple media personalities, multiple people with influence.
Multiple activists?
There were multiple grassroots activists, multiple media personalities, multiple people with influence in the Democrat Party who suggested.
And I assume the multiple people are neither grassroots activists or media personalities. Maybe they're both. I don't know what those people are. If they're different than grassroots activists or media personalities, I would assume so. He's being very specific. However, at the same time, incredibly vague. Doesn't name a single person. 3 groups of people that were apparently multiple examples of. Can't give one though in this answer, which is weird. And wait, hold on. Let's go to that. Give me 1 second, because I scoured the internet for this. So please hold. And here it is. Oh, I guess there's nothing. Nobody was saying that. So strange. I'm very confused. He said multiple people from multiple groups, and I can't find anything. It's on me though, chat. It's on me. It's my fault. I'm just not good enough of a researcher. I do know a lot of people were disappointed with his particular, stance on Israel, the way that he reacted and dealt with pro-Palestinian protesters as governor of Pennsylvania. But hey, wait, is he governor? Wait, no. Yeah, right? Hold on. Why am I double checking this? I just have to. But I just don't, for whatever reason, it doesn't feel right. Is he? Yeah, he is. Okay. Okay, whatever. I second guess myself a lot, chat. It happens. I'm human, technically.
Not choose Josh Shapiro because of his ethnic background. And look, I don't care what your ethnic background is. I know Donald Trump doesn't care what your ethnic background is. I do not want to live in a country where we're choosing who the next VP is based on skin color or ethnic hair.
No, that's exactly what happened with him. First off, it's also what just happened with Tim Walz just now, as we all know, that there was literally no way that that Kamala was going to pick another person of color to run as vice president. Anybody remember that list of potential vice presidential picks for Kamala once she was made the new nominee? I mean, it was the white wall. But like added GSL lore.
I do not want to live in a country where we're choosing who the next VP is based on skin color or ethnic heritage. Choose based on merit. And the fact that so many prominent leaders in the far left...
Nobody picked J.D. Vance based upon merit. Let's be real. He was picked purely for one reason and one reason alone. The money.
Follow the rich white man.
Well, maybe he sees money as merit. He probably does.
Felt empowered to talk about Shapiro's ethnic heritage is a disgrace, and I think it's a scandal.
You're the one who said it. Nobody else is saying it. You're the one saying it. What is happening? I can't believe people would say that I, J.D. Vance, would ever say such a thing, which I did in fact say. But you saying it, oh, that is the problem.
Don't be creepy.
Okay. Now we're gonna quickly look at this absolute shit show. I'm pretty sure that, wait a second, what is happening? This can't be right. Hold on. I gotta refresh this. That's no bueno. Okay, let's go to this. I think that leftist mafia was looking at part of this. I was trying to get ready for the show, but I was also watching a little bit of it. But this is truly a fucking train wreck. Alright, let's watch this very serious, very non-weird Trump press conference at Mar-a-Lago. From 8 hours ago. We need sound. There we go.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Just a statement before I talk about debates. I think that our country is right now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. Both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of...
I was going to say, what when you say safety, what does that mean? A lot of unmopped floors, water being left on linoleum. But no, gangs here and abroad. All the gangs.
Countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries, and we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them or how to handle any other situation. We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression of...
You got a lot of bad things coming. I love how he's trying to, like, sell us this dystopian future, even though we're already dealing with it. He's like, things are... You think it's bad now? Just you wait. It's about to get a lot worse if you don't make me president. Okay, that's what. Oh God, you have no idea.
The 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing, took many years, took decades to recover from it, and we're very close to that. And we're very close to a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it. They're not respect.
Do you remember? I feel like Trump has already forgotten that he got us out of the Iranian nuclear deal that had been preventing Iran from making nuclear weapons, which is now no longer and hasn't been for 5 years now? Has it been that long? God, it's been a while. But I don't feel like he's remembering how he dealt with the Middle East.
All over the world, they're laughed at. And we can't have that. Most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country. With that being said, we have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me.
She hasn't received one vote for president, aside from when she was vice president. And even though when I ran, I had never received a single vote for president. That's not important, okay? I'm just gonna bring it up, though. It is important. It's important enough for me to bring it up, but don't remember that.
But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against somebody else. But that was their choice. They decided to do that.
He says it, but he sounds so insincere about this. Holy shit. Oh my God. he seems super bummed that he's not running against Joe Biden anymore. And there was something I saw earlier today that made me that sort of reinforce what I've been saying for a while now, is that like there was an entire industry around the FJB sort of vibe, right? The whole Joe Biden, anti-Joe Biden merch. It was a huge industry. And now with him gone, boy.
Because Kamala's record is horrible. Illegal. She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen. She picked a radical left man that is, he's got things.
Radical left man. He's a man. That's what I hear.
That he
subversive.
Has positions that are just not, it's not even possible to believe that they exist. He's going for things.
Can't even believe that it's just absolutely wild.
Nobody's ever even heard of. Heavy into the transgender world, heavy into lots of different worlds.
Really?
Having to do with safety. He doesn't want to have borders. He doesn't want.
Wow, he's switching topics so fast.
Walls. He doesn't want to have any form of safety for our country. He doesn't mind people
Zero
coming
safety.
in from prisons, and neither does she, I guess.
No more safety. All right, all those slippery when wet signs, get rid of them. That's it.
Because she's not, she couldn't care less.
Life
she's the border
jackets
czar.
banned.
By the way, she was the border czar 100%. And all of a sudden, for the last few weeks, she's not the border czar anymore, like nobody ever said it. And I just hope that the media becomes more diligent, more honest, frankly, because if they're not going to be honest, it's going to be much tougher to bring our country back. We have a very, very sick country right now. You saw the other day with the stock market crashing. That was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. It's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse, in my opinion. And fortunately, we've had some very good polls over the last fairly short period of time. Rasmussen came out today. We're substantially leading, and others came out today that we're leading, and in some cases substantially. I guess
substantially.
NBC came out, or CNBC came out also with a poll that was, has us leading, and leading fairly big in swing states. In some polls, I'm leading very big in swing states because they want safety. People want safety. They want security. They want respect all around the world for our country. They don't want this horrible culture that is developing, a culture of no common sense. It's really a culture.
What is he talking about? What does that mean? A culture of no common sense? What does that even mean? I'm very confused.
Of no common sense, and it's not what anyone.
Does that mean people just don't know that they're supposed to look left and right, and then left again when they cross the road? Is that what he's talking about? Because like now that I'm saying it, like that's common sense. I know that, so that means that there must be some sort of common sense somewhere in this world.
We want to have a safe country. We want to have a strong military. We want low interest rates, and we want to be able to have the American dream. We want to be able to have our youth be able to buy homes, housing, get good jobs.
We want to be able to have low interest rates, which the president definitely doesn't control.
We're really just at the opposite right now. It's so sad to see. But as a border czar, she's been the worst border czar in history, in the world history. I think
she's so bad that the job doesn't even exist. Now this, they love this border czar thing. I looked it up. The border czar is literally, it's not a job. It doesn't exist. Like the very title is made up by right-wing media types. I don't know who specifically said border czar first. Just trying to think of who would be that creative. I want to say, I think I'm giving Dennis Prager too much. I wanted to go him, but maybe Jeffrey Forbes, one of those idiots over there. I don't know who first said it. But border czar, not a job, doesn't exist. She did have a task, which was to figure out why people are coming to America, which is a weird sort of, what do you call it? Sort of amorphous sounding task to me. You're right. I mean, like, why? Why do people? Well, how do you want to answer that question? Is it America's policies in Venezuela, which has led 8 million people to leave Venezuela over the last 10 years? Maybe the sanctions aren't helping there. Maybe it has to do with America's energy policies and other sorts of industries which are destroying the environment, causing people to flee their homes. Maybe, you know, I'm just, these are just ideas. I'm just thinking out loud, you know?
Number is 20 million, but whether it's 15 or 20, it's numbers that nobody's ever heard before. 20 million people came over the border during the Biden-Harris administration. 20 million people.
Is he just
and
making
it could
numbers
be
up?
much higher than that. Nobody really knows what the number is. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue.
Nobody really knows. I say 20 million. Could be much higher. Could be much lower. I don't know. Nobody knows.
And the gotaways, they call them the gotaways. The gotaways are at numbers. Somebody was quizzing me on it the other day. No, I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. They have no idea what those numbers are. But they're much higher than you would think. Just like...
It's so very high. I can't even tell you the exact number. Which tells you exactly how scary it really is.
Far more people were killed in the Ukraine-Russia war than you ever report. Just like the October 7th would have never happened.
Never would have happened.
Would have never hit Ukraine had
never would have happened.
Called differently.
How exactly is that the case? Trump in president, and suddenly nobody's doing anything wrong out there.
It was a very bad call, but Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. October 7th in Israel would have never happened. You wouldn't have inflation. A lot of great things would have happened, but now you have...
You wouldn't have inflation? What is he talking about? Inflation was up during his presidency too, technically. Can't pretend like there was no inflation under his presidency.
Millions and millions of dead people, and you have people dying financially because they can't buy bacon, they can't buy food, they can't buy...
Okay, you don't need bacon to survive. I'm just going to point that out. I know in his mind people need bacon to survive, but they can actually eat other things.
Groceries, they can't do anything.
Yeah, okay.
And
right.
They're living horribly in our country right now.
So bad.
Illegal.
With all of that being said, I think it's very important to have debates. And we've agreed with Fox on a date of September 4th. We've agreed with NBC.
Okay, there's multiple people in chat claiming that they, in fact, need bacon to survive. Now, I'm going to need some amount of scientific evidence for those claims. Can't just let that go unchallenged.
It's science.
God, do we go to this? Like when they start asking him questions, he gets it genuinely gets worse. I don't even. This thing is so long too. And why does he have a flag room in Mar-a-Lago? I mean, granted, I get it. If you own like some sort of gaudy mansion, South Florida, flag room, I guess.
But you never see the picture of the crowd. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken. I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number of people. If not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole...
I'm sorry. I have to hear that again. What did he just say?
Had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington, and you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd, we actually had more people.
Is he really doing this right now? Is he really doing this? Trump's obsession with crowd size will never end. If he could, he would have the government issue him some sort of a large plaque or award saying largest ever crowd ever seen in the United States. Oh my fucking god, how is he still doing? I don't understand.
I had 25,000, and he had 1 million people, and I'm okay with it because I liked Dr. Martin Luther King. Yeah, please.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot hear what this guy is saying at all.
We have a constitution. It's a very important document, and we live by it. She
Where
has
the
no
Second
votes.
Amendment?
And I'm very happy to run against her. I'm not complaining from that standpoint. And I hate to be defending him, but he did not want to leave. He wanted to see if he could win. They said, you're not going to win after the debate. They said, you're not going to win. You can't win. You're out. And at first they said it nicely, and he wasn't leaving. And then...
Oh my god. I can't believe there's an hour and 30 minutes of this. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're not going to listen to this whole thing. We're just not. I'm skipping. I'm skipping some of this. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Alright. Do you know what would be prudent? A little fun. Let's go here. Where Jordan Klepper of The Daily Show went out there, started asking people questions like he does. Let's see how that goes.
First, I want to know how they're coping with the loss of their favorite punching bag. I've seen you many, many times here. What number rally we at?
82.
Are you sad about the Joe Biden chant being retired?
I'm sad because of all I've invested in all this anti-Biden gear.
How much Let's Go branded anti-Joe Biden merch did you have?
Oh, thousands of dollars.
Is that right?
Dude, that seems super genuine. The way that he answered that, he seems slightly embarrassed. Like, I think that he genuinely spent thousands of dollars. Now, here's some math. Hold on. Let me just do this again, because I totally lost track of what the number was. 20. Anybody remember exactly how many popular votes? Why didn't... That Trump shirt sucks. Not good enough for you. You want better Trump shirts. Okay. Donald Trump got 74 million votes. 2020. Now, let's say some tiny fraction of people, even though I feel like it's much higher than this, let's say a tiny fraction of those voters bought something Joe Biden related, right? Say like 0.5% of those voters. Hold on. 0. 74 million. Okay, yeah. So like 370,000. Let's say 370,000 people are buying fuck Joe Biden merch, FJB stuff, Sleepy Joe this. You know, I mean, we've seen people with some insane shit, right? Like the guy who had the fucking pickup truck with Joe Biden tied up in the back. I mean, people really went to town on all of this, right? Let's say, now this guy said he spent thousands of dollars. Now let's say that like Jordan said he's seen him at previous rallies. He claimed to have been to 82. So let's just assume that he's a above average spender. So let's say instead of thousands, let's say hundreds is the average for this tiny fraction of MAGA voters. So let's say, like, you know, $500. Holy fucking shit! Then 100 and if 0.5% of Donald Trump voters spent $500, that's $185 million. Invest in FJB merch. Now, I would actually, if I were FJB merch person, I'd be selling this hard, fast and hard at discount prices.
Wow.
I buy it at the Let's Go Brandon store in Toms River, New Jersey.
Do they have to rename that?
I think they're going to have to rename it.
How about one more for old time's sake?
Joe and the Ho.
And now the name-calling of Vice President Harris begins.
Gotta get a little
if they could only decide how to mispronounce that name.
I'm surprised Kamala even has a chance.
No one likes Kamala.
They want Kamala in.
And that's what I don't like to hear about the Kamala thing.
Why do you say her name like that?
How do you say it? Kamala.
No, it's Kamala.
Kamala. Kamala.
I appreciate that you're trying to say the name correctly.
Yes. I actually am not, but I inadvertently, you know.
How would you want to say it?
Kamala. It's the way Bush used to say Saddam Hussein. Saddam.
Is it that way? Elevating Kamala to Saddam Hussein levels?
Kamala Harris is a bigger threat.
More anti-American than Saddam Hussein?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Kamala Harris, more of a threat to America than Saddam Hussein, according to this guy. Interesting. I mean, it's a weird take. It's a weird take. You wouldn't expect from a Republican. But hey, very, very interesting. I wonder why. I wonder what those reasons would be.
It's the most anti-American candidate for president we've ever had.
I got to tell you, if I ran into you 3 weeks ago, you might have said that about Joe Biden.
That's right, yeah.
Do you think Kamala is qualified to be president?
Somebody that cackles all the time and laughs at everything under the sun? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? That is ridiculous. Nobody is allowed to laugh. If you is a person who is in the government, you better not be laughing. That is not allowed.
Illegal.
That makes you unqualified. The fact that you've laughed. And, you know, that makes sense that he's a Trump voter, because I don't think I've only seen Donald Trump laugh on, like, one actual occasion, and it was a half a laugh. Dude, it really, I think, is incapable of normal human laughter. So, it kind of makes sense. Make America laugh again. Mala. Kamala. Oh my god. Oh my god. Princess Monocle just broke open some shit just now. Do you realize that Make America Laugh Again is Mala? Kamala. What the fuck? Now that is funny. That is fucking hilarious. That is a development Make America laugh again. Great job. Great job. Really impressed by that. Mala. Okay, that's hilarious to me. Just for that, we're watching more of this Daily Show. Just because. Oh God, we do. I'm so glad I said that because I forgot about this guy. Oh my God, so good.
Lot of criticism, but none more stinging than the line of attack started by Kamala's new VP candidate, Tim Walz.
These guys are just weird. These are weird people on the other side.
Democrats are trying to call the MAGA movement weird. What do you think of that?
I don't know what's weird about it.
Is it fair, though, to call the MAGA movement inherently an unserious movement?
I don't think so.
Do you think the discourse has gotten too ridiculous?
I think so.
Yeah. I just think sometimes from an outside perspective, it feels like you come to a MAGA event and there isn't a seriousness. It's not about people trying to fix America. It feels like a carnival.
Yeah.
Is that a fair critique?
No.
No, no, it's not. This guy. I can't believe if if I were him, if I was in that moment, I would just run. If I had been caught with that hat being asked that question, I would just surrender. You know what, sir? You're right. I don't know what I'm doing here anymore. But that would also, what's the word? It would presuppose that I was already there, which, in wearing that hat, all of it. So, very unlikely scenario, of course. Gotta hydrate. Thank you. So yeah, according to that guy, the MAGA movement is still super serious and is not, in fact, a circus. And it's unfair to say that. So write that down.
It's science.
Oh, you have 2 likes? I forgot. So sorry. That's a 1. That's... Ooh, that just flipped at the very end. 6? Oh, no, it's a 9. So sorry. 9. Okay. Let's go here. But I gotta fix the leaderboard on Twitch. It only shows... Wow, that's annoying. It's updating every month. It's very rude.
How rude.
Okay. Now let's talk Tim Walz for a little bit. As last time we were talking, it was merely a question as to whether or not Tim Walz would be the vice presidential pick on the Democratic ticket. So let's go here first to Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. It's War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris campaigned in Philadelphia Tuesday with Tim Walz, just hours after Harris picked the Minnesota governor to be her running mate. Walz was elected governor of Minnesota in 2018 after 6 terms in Congress, where he served as the ranking member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee. Walz is a former public school teacher and high school football coach who served 24 years in the National Guard. Harris and Walz spoke Tuesday in front of more than 12,000 people at Temple University, where Walz criticized his Republican rivals Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Like all regular people I grew up with in the heartland, J.D. studied at Yale. had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then wrote a bestseller trashing that community. Come on! That's not what middle America is. And I gotta tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy.
Looks like 200 people to me. Absolutely. Yeah, tiny, absolutely tiny crowd. Nobody's seen a smaller crowd before. You can tell this guy has high school teacher energy.
That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So.
Bam. Bam. Making couch jokes. Tim Walz. This guy's already on it.
Look. I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy, and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. Again and again and again. Trump weakens our economy to strengthen his own hand. He mocks our laws. He sows chaos and division. And that's to say nothing of his record as president. He froze in the face of the COVID crisis. He drove our economy into the ground. And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That's not even counting the crimes he committed.
Oh boy. Tim Walz coming in hot with the zingers over here. My God. This guy's full of it. Was not expecting from Joe Biden not being able to complete sentences to, you know, Kamala, getting out there and starting chants, and Tim Walz cracking jokes. I mean, the energy, the vibes of the election have gone from trash vibes to immaculate vibes. Actually, let's just keep watching this.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz speaking as Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris's new running mate at their first campaign appearance together Tuesday evening in Philadelphia. Minnesota's progressive Congressmember Ilhan Omar celebrated Walz's selection on Tuesday, writing on X, quote, "Congratulations to our next vice president, Tim Walz. Our North Star State governor has signed universal school meals, paid family and sick leave, marijuana legalization, and protections for reproductive rights into law, bringing Minnesota nice to the ticket," she said. A video from last year has gone viral of Walz signing into law a measure guaranteeing free breakfast and lunch for all the state's public school students. The students embrace Walz and cheer him as he signed.
He just seems like a nice guy.
Meanwhile, Tara Hauska, an indigenous lawyer, activist, and founder of the Ginu Collective, recalled...
Why does it look like this? What is happening? Why is it doing this?
Meanwhile, Tara Hauska, an indigenous lawyer, activist, activist and founder of the Ginu Collective, recalled on social media it was Walz who oversaw the 2021 police response to the Stop Line 3 protest, where she was, quote, shot by police with rubber bullets, mace, pepper balls, paid for by Enbridge. She said, I heard shouts, cries, and gasping, coughing, punctuated by the sound of munitions firing and a huge drill out of a sci-fi movie boring through the river we were there to protect, unquote. A Minnesota judge later dismissed the charges against Line 3 pipeline protesters in the name of climate justice, saying, quote, to criminalize their behavior would be the crime, unquote. We begin today's show looking at Walz's political record. As governor, Republicans attacked him for waiting too long to deploy the Minnesota National Guard on the protests after the police murder of George Floyd in 2020. Now, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are highlighting how Walz signed into state law access to abortion rights after the Supreme Court.
So didn't deploy the National Guard fast enough on free speech protesters? Seems to me like a good thing.
Overturned Roe v. Wade. Soon we'll speak with Asma Mohammed, co-chair of the Minnesota Uncommitted Delegation, about where Tim Walz stands on Israel, Gaza, and pro-Palestinian protests, which reportedly may have helped to shape why he was chosen over Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. But we begin with Branko Marcetic, Jacobin staff writer. His new piece there is headlined, The Tim Walz Vice VP Pick Shows America's Politics Are Changing. Branko, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you lay out for us who Tim Walz is, the teacher turned coach turned Congress member, governor, and now VP candidate?
Well, Walz is in many ways an unlikely progressive populist. He started out as kind of a somewhat conservative member of Congress. He ran for this Republican seat, very rural, deep red Republican seat. He won it in 2006 in the wave election of that year. He was actually one of the few former military members that have been recruited that year by Democrats to try and win seats that actually succeeded. And he kind of improbably held on to the seat over the years, you know, through several different wave elections that went against Democrats, and he had this somewhat contradictory record. He took conservative positions on things like vetting of refugees and gun rights. He was favored by the NRA for a very long time, but he also voted against the TARP bailout. He was very anti-war. He had a very decent anti-war record, and right up to his time as governor, he very much pushed back against this idea that China is this adversary, that the U.S. cannot have a cooperative relationship with it. And then once he won in 2018, he had run on kind of a somewhat tepid left of center program, but as governor, he really, I think looking at what had happened in the political landscape after 2016, the way that things had shifted, the way that progressive policies, investment in human infrastructure had become such a popular thing, he really kind of took that program as his own, and he ran on raising taxes on the rich. He ran on and actually implemented a policy to transition to renewable energy by first 2050, then he moved that timeline up to 2040. He ran on investing in education and childcare, which in Minnesota was the most expensive in the country often.
All this stuff sounds pretty great, not gonna lie. Not all of it, almost all of it. Sounds pretty fucking great. Not what I was expecting our ticket to be like a month ago. Well, we all knew what it was going to be like, and things have changed. And I mean, the hilarious thing is for people to be calling him far left. I mean, you have people like Pelosi and AOC all excited. You got Ilhan Omar and you got Joe Manchin, you know, like all of them are pro Walz somehow. Oh, hold on. Watch a little bit more of this. Let's go here.
left, and I think also critics and the people on the left, progressives, they'll find things that they like about his record on criminal justice too.
I want to go to an old radio ad for Walz's campaign for Congress back in 2006 that touches on the issue of health care.
Hi, my name is Tim Walz, and I'm running for Congress here in southern Minnesota for several important reasons. But today I'd like to tell you about one issue that's very personal to me. I am a retired Command Sergeant Major in the Minnesota National Guard, and after years of firing artillery, I sustained severe inner ear damage. Because I have good health insurance provided through my employer, I was able to have surgery on my ear. As my ear healed, my hearing was gradually restored. One morning several weeks after the surgery, I awoke to a sound I couldn't identify. I asked my wife what I was hearing, and she told me, "Tim, that's your 4-year-old daughter, Hope." You see, Hope wakes up singing every morning, but I had never heard that sound until that day. I'm running for Congress because I believe we as a country have a moral obligation to ensure that every father can hear his daughter sing.
Wow. Jeez.
Every citizen receives the best care our medical community has to offer. I'm Tim Walz, and I approve this message because I've heard how important health care is to everyone.
How could you not like this guy?
And this is Tim Walz speaking last night.
In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and their personal choices that they make. Even if we wouldn't make the same choice for ourselves, there's a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. These guys are after my heart chanting, "Mind your own damn business." That feels good, so thank you. Look, that includes IVF, and this gets personal for me and my family. Here we go. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news. The pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't worked.
Jesus
So it wasn't by
Christ.
chance that when we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope.
This guy has had quite a life. And it's interesting how it all somehow is very relevant to the current political climate. At least to much of it. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, let's go next. Let's go on. We are an hour in already somehow. Let's go here to this. This is from A More Perfect Union from a day ago. Everything you need to everything
US
you need
Vice
to know
President
about Kamala's VP pick, Tim Walz. Sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things over here. God damn it. Here we go. Fixed it.
People like Tim Walz are extremely rare in Washington. He didn't go to some fancy school, he doesn't have a law degree, and he's not a millionaire.
It seems like elected officials are always surrounded by lots of people, staff, other lawmakers. What is the last thing that you did truly out in the public, truly by yourself?
I went to Menards and bought an air filter for my furnace.
He's a working class guy, a high school football coach, a union member, and a veteran. When he coached middle school basketball, he secretly lowered the hoop and convinced his team that he could dunk. And as governor of Minnesota, he swatted away all the shots taken at him.
They scream socialism. We just build roads and we build schools and we build prosperity into this.
He just keeps his head.
Sounds terrible. Roads and schools. Ugh, how could we? Is he 58? Is he younger than Kamala? He looks about 15, 20 years older.
And focuses on getting shit done. As Walz joins a White House ticket, we wanted to delve into his past to better understand who he is, given that he could, soon just be one heartbeat away from the presidency. Here's the lowdown on Tim Walz.
We have a government right now and a Congress that is simply committed to large corporations. The vast majority.
Fact is, even in 2006, Tim Walz looked about 15, 20 years older than Kamala does right now.
The tax cuts have gone to the upper class. The Forbes 400 list contains nothing but billionaires now, when the average American worker is feeling pinched on this. I don't have to rebut or say anything. I live that. I, on a teacher's salary, understand what's happening.
After serving in the military and 20 years as a public school teacher, Walz was elected to Congress as the highest-ranking enlisted soldier. In his first week on the job, he voted to lower prescription drug prices for seniors, and he co-sponsored a bill to raise the minimum wage.
We stood up for hardworking families and approved a minimum wage increase, which will give 13 million Americans the pay raise they deserve.
Throughout his career in Congress, Walz had the approval of every major labor union, from the AFL-CIO to the Teamsters to the UAW. And when he took over as governor of Minnesota in 2018, his pro-union policies only expanded.
Minnesota was going to ban that practice of having those captive anti-union meetings. You go to jail now if you do that in Minnesota, because you can't intimidate.
Under his leadership, Minnesota banned anti-union captive audience meetings, non-compete agreements, and significantly expanded leverage for workers in meatpacking plants, warehouses, schools, and more.
I have to tell you, in my first campaign for Congress, in a debate, my opponent came at me and said, "Tim is in the pocket of organized labor." And I popped back up, I said, "That is a damn lie. I am the pocket." And it seemed to me that if he was attacking me for standing up for collective bargaining, for fair wages, for safe working conditions, for apprenticeship programs, for health care, and for retirement, I'd roll the dice on that thing and see how it went. And it worked out pretty well. So,
after teaching social studies and supervising the lunchroom for 20 years, Walz saw something he knew he needed to fix. Quote, "It wasn't unusual to see students go without lunch for days at a time," Walz said. "Of course, many of us teachers would help students cover the cost on our own dime. But if kids didn't have lunch money, you could bet they probably came to school without breakfast either." So last year...
So yeah, unions love him. Everybody loves Walz. That's what it would seem. And I mean, actually, we'll wait. I won't even say it yet. Hold on. That's coming up later. Now, let's see some media idiots melting down over this new VP pick, Tim Walz.
Is that when you contemplate how people reacted to J.D. Vance at first, you didn't hear commentators say J.D. Vance is a bad pick until it became really clear that people did not like him and that he had not been vetted at all. Like, there was all this stuff that came out about J.D. Vance that people just hadn't paid that much attention to him because he was so new to politics in many respects. And, but nevertheless, you didn't have TV shows say, like, he should have picked, I don't know, Kristi Noem, or, I mean, to be honest with you, the pickings were pretty slim, because everybody knew that Donald Trump would never pick anybody but a white guy. And it wasn't because he was trying to get diversity on the ticket. He picked a white guy because he knew that if he had, let's say, I mean, the most obvious person, right, would have been Nikki Haley. She was getting big numbers in the primary. I mean, can you imagine, like, if there was even a moment where there was some type of analysis from, let's say, Joe Scarborough, that's saying, like, Donald Trump should have picked Nikki Haley. It was an obvious choice. But of course, everybody knew that he wouldn't pick Nikki Haley because the Republican Party is not going to vote for a woman of color, regardless of the fact that she may or may not subscribe to the exact same policies. I mean, it was a big deal that they even let her in the convention. But here is Joe Scarborough, the guy who just the other day was basically saying that Jews like myself are anti-Semites. bemoaning this pick.
Well, exactly. Canada has to make the decision herself. And I will tell you, the candidate that I'm most comfortable with is a candidate that helps me win Pennsylvania in 2024. So let us hope, Jonathan Lemire, that those outside of Pittsburgh loves Tim Walz. So
Pause
talk
it for a
about
second. Now,
I hate Joe Scarborough. He is the worst. Let's be real. I mean, this guy is a neocon, right? Like, he ran as a conservative in, what was it, Connecticut? I can't remember, but he's a douche. He is such a douche, and nobody should ever take his opinions. In fact, I feel like he's the sort of person that you should take all of his opinions in the opposite way that he intends them to be meant, or the opposite. Like, he says one thing, you do the opposite, okay? That's the best advice I can give to you when listening to Joe Scarborough. Was it Florida?
first off, let's be clear here.
Thank you.
There is zero evidence in the academic research that a vice president can deliver a state. A. B. Bradley, get ready to Google Shapiro's favorability. I don't know where these lies come from. He won pretty handily against Doug Mastriano, who is an absolute lunatic. In fact, it was Mastriano that probably helped Fetterman win. Even though Fetterman was running against, a sort of like more mainstreamy type of Republican in Dr. Oz. Mastriano was so bad that he brought down everybody on that ticket. No, I'm not saying that, Shapiro's a bad politician.
Not that Dr. Oz needed any help being brought down in that ticket. Dude was complete garbage. He still exists, technically.
Obviously a good politician. But like the idea that there was some magic that Shapiro had about Pennsylvania is largely made up, because at one point he did have a 60% favorability rating. But that's not what's happening now. But let's listen to Joe Scarborough completely lie to his audience.
Well, exactly. Canada has to make the decision herself. And I will tell you, the candidate that I'm most comfortable with is a candidate that helps me win Pennsylvania in 2024. So let us hope, Jonathan Lemire, that those out.
I love how in his mind there's no other way to win Pennsylvania than to have Josh Shapiro on the ticket, which by that same thinking would mean that she would need 49 other vice presidents to win, or at least, well, not 49, but at least a couple dozen other vice presidents to be able to win this election. If you need somebody from the state on your ticket to win.
Side of Pittsburgh loves Tim Walz. So talk about Walz. Yeah, let's talk about how the decision not made, the road not taken. Josh Shapiro, a guy that has approval ratings in the 60s in Pennsylvania, the must-win state.
Are the producers on strike at MSNBC? Why would they do this to Joe Scarborough, embarrass him like this? Google.
I mean, if I was a producer and Joe Scarborough was my boss, I would absolutely I mean, maybe that's wrong, because there's obviously downstream effects of all of this, but he's a very hateable person, I feel like.
The approval ratings. This is from like a week ago, right?
July 25th. I posted.
Okay, 2 weeks ago. Maybe it's changed. A new poll shows about half of Pennsylvania's residents approve of Governor Josh Shapiro's job performance. Bradley, is 60% half?
I haven't taken a math course in a long time.
I think it's more.
I don't believe so. I think 60% is more than half.
The new Emerson College poll.
I don't know. Since Bradley isn't a mathematician, just do the math here. Just kidding. Just kidding. We're not going to do the math. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Let's go here. Here's the Associated Press from a day ago. Wisconsin voters praise Kamala Harris's energy and messaging style. That's a rough summary. Oh, are you talking about, we have the AI chat summary now? Wow. So they're spending money for AI to summarize my chat, but they won't monetize my channel? What in the fuck is happening?
It's the energy, it's the aggressiveness to be able to respond and to be able to take it and to take the questions that America really is asking to the competition, to Trump and Vance. I love Tim Walz saying, you know, yeah, we're the monsters. You know, look at us. You know, we want to feed children. We want to educate everybody. We want women to have a choice versus, you know, having the government make their choices for them. I mean, it's the electricity, and it's the way that they say it. It's the tone that they use. It's the messaging itself. It's just so much better. We love Joe. Joe has been an incredible president, but he just isn't the same messenger. And sometimes you need a better messenger, and that's Kamala.
I have 2 teenage kids, a daughter who all of a sudden wasn't excited about the election, and now she is. I love what she's talking about with education and abortion rights.
I think it's really exciting and encouraging to see a woman and potentially have the first African-American woman be in her position. She's trying to create a world where people all have their rights to their own decisions, their bodies, their choices, women's rights. Definitely crucial, definitely something that I look for as a woman who has a daughter. I want her to be able to have a right to her own body. We talk about it.
Well, voters seem pretty excited out there out the trail. Okay. Yeah, let's go here. Democracy Now! Uncommitted movement pushes Harris campaign for Gaza ceasefire.
For more on where the new Democratic vice presidential candidate and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz stands on Israel, Gaza, and pro-Palestinian protests, we're joined now by Asma Mohammed, campaign manager for Vote Uncommitted Minnesota. She's the co-chair of the Minnesota Uncommitted Delegation, one of the 11 Minnesota uncommitted delegates going to the Democratic National Convention. Asma, welcome to Democracy Now! You're usually in Minnesota, but joining us today from Chicago. What are your governor's positions as you come from Minnesota and he is the governor of Minnesota?
Yeah, Governor Walz has been pretty clear in his support for Israel in the past, and we know that. In the past, he has refused to meet with Palestinian families who want to talk about Gaza. He has refused to divest from Israeli bonds and banks, and we know that. And at the same time, we know that the decision ultimately relies with.
Is Nightbot shaming us for calling Republicans weird? Wow. Wow, Nightbot.
Kamala Harris. So we don't necessarily want to meet with him, but we do want to meet with the vice president because she's shown a willingness to learn and to move. And we know that Tim Walz has obviously done a little bit of the same. Right, he has moved in the NRA. He had an A rating with the NRA, and now he has an F rating with them. So he has shown a willingness to listen to the people. So we are hopeful there. But in the past, he has definitely been a pro-Israel in his governorship.
And Osman, you're one of the 11 Minnesota uncommitted delegates who will be going to the Democratic National Convention. What will you be calling for there?
So as one of the 11 delegates coming from Minnesota, uncommitted, we are pushing for Harris delegates that want a ceasefire to join us in calling for a ceasefire and an arms embargo against Israel. And we want a meeting with Vice President Harris so we can talk to her to get a commitment for an arms embargo and a ceasefire. Because we know right now, going into November, that we cannot win this election without the nearly 1 million voters who voted alongside us during the primaries. During the primaries, 46,000 Minnesotans voted saying that they wanted the war in Gaza to stop, right? And we know that.
And the 1 million voters that she's referring to are the 1 million plus voters who voted uncommitted, which we talked about. Uncommitted got a huge portion of the vote in the Democratic primary. And by huge, I just mean unprecedented sort of level, at least in modern electoral history. Much more than it had previously.
People may not even show up to the polls in November. They have no reason to show up if there is no ceasefire and no arms embargo by November. And we want to remind Vice President Harris of that, so we are asking for a meeting at the DNC with her and uncommitted delegates.
Asma Mohammed, I know there's been a demand by the uncommitted movement, uncommitted delegates who are going to be in Chicago at the DNC, for Dr. Tanya Haj Hassan to be able to speak from the stage, one of the many American doctors who have volunteered in Gaza. Is that still a demand? And if you can also talk about what are the plans for the Democratic National Convention?
Absolutely. So Dr. Tanya Haj Hassan, again, is a doctor who went to Gaza and got to see the atrocities firsthand. We just want 5 minutes of her on stage at the DNC to share what she saw with the people at the convention, to share with delegates that they have power to push for a ceasefire, and that without an arms embargo, a ceasefire doesn't matter, because those are U.S. weapons that we continue to supply.
So yeah, and I think it's good for the movement to continue to push for ceasefire, to push for arms embargo against Israel, and push for better policies. That's why we do what we do, right? Is to get better policies out of our lawmakers. We try our best to get the lawmakers in power that represent our views, but when there are things that we differ on, we have to push them on it. That's how that works.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Let's go here. Talk a little bit more about that. This is a Majority Report with Sam Cedar from an hour ago. Anti-war protesters interrupting Kamala Harris is great, actually.
Kamala Harris. On Tuesday, she surprised a lot of people and decided not to gratuitously stick a finger in the eye of the left, as I think would have been the case for a lot of past presidents. I mean, Bill Clinton would have picked Josh Shapiro, and then, if they had Twitter back then, tweeted out 2 middle finger emojis to DSA and been like, take this, or suck even, on this.
Or the Rahm Emanuel method,
yeah.
Like the strategy of making, which is what like Jonathan Chait and all those sorts of folks, why they wanted Shapiro, is because they're desperate for a Sister Soldier moment. And it's almost like why they get into politics, you seem like
yes.
That's pretty much all Jonathan Chait's articles are basically toward that end. And I mean, as we'll see, they finally got their sort of consolation Sister Soldier.
They got their kind of meek and not so effective Sister Soldier moment by Kamala Harris. We'll get to that in a second. But you mentioned Rahm Emanuel. I mean, Rahm Emanuel did not like Tim Walz because he couldn't self-fund. And the fact that now Tim Walz is the VP selection for the Democratic nominee, it does give you optimism about the direction of the Democratic Party, at least domestically. Like Walz, free school breakfast and lunches, pot legalization, paid sick leave, and state-run paid family and medical leave up to 20 weeks.
And he's not a lawyer.
Not a lawyer. First time in like decades that the Democrats haven't all been lawyers on the presidential ticket. I mean, but this is the Rahm Emanuel, like the end, at least for now. And this is why I'm enthusiastic about this selection by Harris, like the ends of those kinds of politics. I mean, this guy's, he's like a character. He's like a Frank Capra character from It's a Wonderful Life. He, a 24-year military veteran who then became a football coach who, as defensive coordinator, took them to the national championship and then became the advisor for the Gay Straight Alliance as the football coach. Like, I mean, protecting trans care as governor. Won in a rural district in 2006, held on to that seat even when you had the Rahm Emanuels of the world saying we should have just basically rich guys running as Democrats because they can self-fund. He voted.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Follow the rich white man.
Yeah. Rahm Emanuel did say that, didn't he? I forgot about that. This is a stupid plan. Okay, hold on.
Around the corner and do not do anything to rock the boat. Don't show discord. Don't show that we are ideologically misaligned on this front in any regard. We're trying to tamp down tensions. We don't want war with Iran. This is a very delicate situation. So I'm sympathetic to that. But, like, we need to start seeing a policy platform here because, as I mentioned earlier, she hasn't sat down for an interview in over a month. We don't really know where she stands, and this is why the pressure in the lead up to the convention, where I think she'll roll out more of her policy positions, is key at this point. So this was the rally in Detroit yesterday where she had a very unfortunate reaction to the pro-Palestine demonstrators, and we'll play the first disruption and then when she had her pretty poor attempt at the girl boss moment.
Please do check out Project 2025, because I'm telling you, it is a plan. It is a plan to weaken America's middle class. Project 2025, if he is elected. Democracy. Everyone's voice matters, but I am speaking now. I am speaking now.
So this would have been okay if she left it there. Everyone's voice should be heard.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that she did do okay with it. Could have certainly been better, but it certainly wasn't, I don't know, Joe Biden saying, I don't care about you and what you have to say. Which he did, in fact, say one time after being interrupted. I think it was at some college. It was like a college commencement speech or something. Alright. We gotta keep moving. We're an hour and a half in, and we're not even through all of the American stuff. Let's go here. Definitely not gonna watch this whole thing. Okay, yeah, so this is CNN. Donald Trump escalates attacks on Walz. Let's see what they got for us.
Now on Harris.
much like the former president who opted not to join Vance on the trail. He did, though, this morning call into Fox.
Nobody knew how radical left she was. This is a ticket that would want this country to go communist immediately, if not sooner.
I love that. I love that so much that I made a sound shot.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I don't know how something can be sooner than immediately, but I do like thinking about that. Faster than immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Makes sense. Makes perfect sense.
Jeff Donnelly is out front live in Detroit. They're at the Harris rally. So a big enthusiastic crowd for Harris and Walz over the past couple of days. This could also be a honeymoon, as we know, barely 24 hours in, just over. Is there a sense from the campaign that you're hearing in terms of a plan to keep that momentum alive?
Aaron, the plan basically is one day at a time. And there are 90 days now until Election Day in November, and far fewer days until voting actually begins. But I can tell you, enthusiasm is certainly only one sort of ingredient in a winning campaign. But you can see behind me here, perhaps, thousands of people have gathered in this hangar, And when Vice President Harris arrived, stepping off Air Force Two, it was a different moment. So enthusiasm does not win elections alone, but it's a key component. And frankly, a month ago, Democrats did not have that. So talking...
Yeah, no kidding. A month ago, Democrats were struggling not to fall asleep while listening to Joe Biden. Princess Monocle, what is that? Where did you find that? Is that a different lava lamp emote? Unacceptable. Where have you found a second lava lamp emote on Twitch? How's that possible? Just broke my entire reality.
I don't want reality.
Okay. Let's quickly go on to this.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This was, here's a little clip of AOC earlier in Congress.
I jotted it down earlier because I couldn't even believe that I heard it. That economic prosperity, quote, is the #1 driver of clean air and clean water.
Please join me in loving your planet and living your life in a manner that you intend to protect your planet for future generations by recognizing that economic prosperity worldwide is a #1 driver of clean air and clean water and reduced pollution.
I mean, our rivers and forests were clean and unpolluted before a single factory was constructed in this country. That is...
What?
State of nature. I want us to be clear about that. Now, when we hear people use this term economic prosperity, I want folks to know at home what that is a shadow screen for is a term otherwise known as profit. Wall Street.
Yeah. No kidding. Profits definitely don't make the environment cleaner. Write that down.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Oh, speaking of Jordan Peterson, we got something to talk about with Mr. Peterson here. Oh boy, he's having a real tough time with things right now. It just seems like they just keep getting harder. At this point, he's going to not only need the 2-color business suits, he's going to need an entire multicolor dream coat and perhaps some other sorts of accoutrements. As this is bad news for him. Very bad news. This is from CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Company. Supreme Court will not hear Jordan Peterson's social media training appeal. Oh no. Oh God.
There's no point in you.
The Supreme Court has just ruled that it will not hear an
gratify your
appeal on the
present
case
self.
involving
It's a
retired
stupid game.
clinical psychologist Jordan Peterson. Peterson has been vocal on social media, speaking his mind on social and political issues unrelated to psychology. The college ordered him to undergo social media training or potentially lose his license, and he refused. CBC's Janice McGregor is in Ottawa, and she joins us now live with more. Janice, tell us more about what this case is about and what led to it going all the way to the Supreme Court. I mean, Jordan Peterson is, for many people, a huge celebrity and certainly a very polarizing figure.
Yeah, a very big deal in certain online circles, as you say. He no longer sees patients as a clinical psychologist. He is professor emeritus at U of T, but nowadays his
Aren't I a
lectures
good
very
guy?
much happen in the online space. He has a Peterson Academy where he sells courses. He has an education podcast, best-selling book, The 12 Rules of Life.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Very popular among those who like to hear his views, which often rail against what he sees as woke liberalism.
Aren't I a good guy?
He's amassed a huge following with his YouTube channel and so on, espousing these views. And it was some of his media posts that triggered complaints to the college.
Yeah, some of his social media posts were questionable.
For psychologists, rather, the governing body for Ontario psychologists, a licensing body of which he was a member, LGBT groups, for example, finding that some of the derogatory speech he made was offensive and hateful, and fearing that it could create the impression that if the college endorsed this from one of its professionals, that healthcare services provided by members of the college weren't necessarily a safe space for members.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, if those healthcare services include Jordan Peterson, then no, there is not. It's not
of these vulnerable groups. The college sided with these complainants, agreed that these statements were a form of professional misconduct. They ordered
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Peterson to take a coaching course in terms of what is appropriate in terms of public statements from a professional, or he would risk losing his.
He's a grown man and a supposed clinical psychologist. Doesn't know what's appropriate on social media. Oh boy. It would seem like cleaning your room isn't the whole, isn't as great as he, claims it to be. Doesn't seem to solve all problems. Maybe just a dirty room.
License and his membership, saying that because he markets himself as a psychologist in the public space, he was not speaking merely as an individual, and he can't have it both ways. If you're a member of a regulated profession, there are some constrictions, some guardrails on what you can do, lest your public statements cause harm.
When she said guardrails, all I could imagine was like in like all I could imagine was Jordan Peterson just walking through life with you know those rails that they put in, the bumper rails at bowling, you know, like just sort of popping up wherever he goes, keeping him from doing all those Petersonian things that he wants to do on a daily basis. Poor Jordan Peterson. See, the problem is, Wait, actually, hold on. I forgot. There's more to this. I almost forgot. Oh.
Puts the college in a very tight spot when it has a mandate to enforce professional standards. Never easy to discipline a member in any case, let alone a very high-profile one like this.
Janice, as you said, he's a high-profile, no longer really an academic. He's a public person, a celebrity, if you will.
Not really an
people, both
academic.
his supporters and
That was a what do you call it? It was sort of a under the radar burn right there, I feel
his
like.
detractors been saying about this case.
Well, on the one side, you have the perspective of the college and the Ontario College of Physicians and Surgeons also sort of holding this view that they do have a mandate to uphold the public interest. The groups that brought these complaints in the first place were very pleased with the lower court decisions, which they felt did send a message that it is okay for the college to step in, regulate, and prevent degrading or demeaning speech that certainly affect vulnerable groups. They think it's important that colleges take a stand against discrimination and prevent barriers to accessing healthcare, which is the impression that could be created if they are somehow seen to be endorsing views like this. And the college has maintained that sort of they have to maintain high standards that occasionally mean curtailing freedom of expression. But on the other side, you have civil liberties groups and people who believe that free speech is an absolute. And even without endorsing the specific posts, they have been alarmed about professional regulatory bodies stepping into police speech that isn't necessarily directly related to their professional practice, saying freedom of expression isn't something that you give up just because you join a regulated field.
Oh, poor Jordan. He's having such a tough time out there. Okay. Now, let's go on to this. This is a very disappointing situation. And this is not the first of these stories that we've looked at recently. It seems to be ramping up. Something we probably need to do something about federally to stop. But as of now, this shit is continuing. This is from Fox 13 News, Utah, from 5 days ago. 13 books banned.
Illegal.
From Utah public school libraries. Statewide.
Illegal.
The Utah Board of Education announced today 13 book titles will be removed from public schools all around the state. That's in accordance with a state law that passed through the legislature earlier this year.
Fox 13 News reporter Chris Arnold spoke with an author of one of those books that will be removed.
It's a National Book Award finalist and a winner of other prizes.
Alana K. Arnold is an author based in Long Beach,
you wouldn't want
California.
that.
Her book, What Girls Are Made Of, was published.
You wouldn't want a National Book Award finalist's novel, or you wouldn't want a book that was on such an award list to be in public school libraries. That's just ridiculous. Why would you do that?
Back in 2017.
It is a work of literary fiction about a girl who is sorting through the idea of what it means to be worth love and if and when love is conditional.
That book, one of 13 titles ordered to be removed from public schools across the Beehive State.
You wouldn't want to be educating children about conditional love. Certainly not.
This book has been on many lists. I have 16 titles that have been banned or removed from various collections. This is one of the most frequent.
And these books have gone through a very thorough process to determine that they are illegal.
Corinne Johnson is the
Very thorough process to be determined that they're illegal according to a law that is absolutely insane.
Illegal.
Oh, yeah, this woman right here, she is fully insane.
President of Utah Parents United, a parent advocacy group.
So this is a big win because now I can send my kid, you can send...
Parent advocacy group is a weird thing to call it. This is more like a cult for people who want to tell everyone else what to do. You know, it's like if a cult wanted everybody else to be in the cult, but not... It's complicated, right? Not everybody's allowed in the cult, but everybody has to follow the rules of the cult. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, there's definitely some qualifications that are going to make it so that you can't be in the cult necessarily, but you do have to follow its rules. And she seems genuinely psyched about everything she's saying in a way that really is off-putting to me. Not gonna lie. We have 41 likes. Wow, that's a lot of likes.
Your child to school and know that these 13 titles, which went through a very rigorous process, are no longer available to kids in that school.
In 2022, she says her group, along with Representative Ken Ivory, sponsored legislation that ensured that the definition of illegal pornographic materials was applied to materials in school libraries, not just what was brought into schools.
And
illegal pornographic materials. Books. Words. Words are porn.
In 2024, this past session, we worked with Representative Ivory to sponsor another piece of legislation that would ensure that those books that met the definition would be removed statewide. And the legislature determined this standard and this threshold that if 3 school districts determined that it violated the law, that it could be removed statewide.
However,
and she's stoked about that. She's super stoked about that. Her group helped lobby for all of that, and are now making sure that that shit gets followed.
Illegal.
Yeah, book burning campaign, indeed. They should just change the name of their little cult to the Fahrenheit 451 Firemen. It's bad. It's bad. We're gonna have to talk about this more, because this shit is not good. It is going to get worse. This is, once again, this is like the second story we've talked about with this in the last 2 weeks. 2 different states. Okay, we got a couple of business stories and other sorts of stuff here to look at. Let's start here. Reuters here from a day ago. Google monopoly ruling may pose $20 billion risk for Apple. That's a lot of dough.
Apple's lucrative relationship with Google could be at risk after a judge ruled that the search giant is operating an illegal monopoly. The Alphabet-owned firm pays the iPhone maker $20 billion per year to be the default search engine on the handsets. That's according to analysis by Morgan Stanley. But analysts say avoiding antitrust penalties could require terminating the agreement. Instead, users might be prompted to choose a search engine. It's estimated ending the exclusivity deal could knock up to 6% off Apple's profits and leave it looking for new options. One might...
Hilarious. So 6% of Apple's profits were from a illegal anti-competitive deal with Google. That it amounted to that much.
To offer alternatives like Microsoft's Bing. Another could be to develop a new search product, maybe powered by OpenAI.
The fact it was worth that much to Google should tell you just how much they were profiting from that.
Apple has already said it's bringing the firm's chatbot to its products, but it's also in talks to offer Google's Gemini bot and other AI models, which analysts say is a sign it's worried about doing more exclusive deals. Apple's search engine pact with Google runs until at least September 2026.
So yeah, that's definitely a development in tech. It will also apply to other people who have engaged in deals like this. There has not been any talk of anyone else being litigated against, but we could very well see things popping up over the future now that this has become legal precedent. I guess we will have to wait and see. Let's go here. This is from Reuters as well, from a day ago. Walt Disney warns its theme park revenue will fall. Oh no. So sad. All that theme park revenue they're making off the back of near slaves.
Disney shares fell as much as 4% in Wednesday trading after it predicted business would slow at its key theme park division. A company executive said the issue would persist for a few quarters, but he wouldn't call it a protracted problem. Analysts say weakness at Disney's parks, coming at a time when consumer spending has been pinched by inflation, underscores worries about the slowing U.S. economy. This overshadowed the success of the animated Pixar film Inside Out 2 and the company's television business. The combined streaming businesses of Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN Plus posted a profit for the first time. One analyst told Reuters if Disney can continue to deliver profitability in streaming quarter after quarter.
It's amazing that they just now have posted their first profit ever. Disney paid billions of dollars for these businesses. Oh, what an economy we have. Very weird.
It will have cracked the code.
Very weird world
CEO
we
Bob
live in.
Iger is working to rebuild Disney after billions of dollars in losses from streaming efforts, the decline of traditional television, and a rough patch for its storied film studio. Inside Out 2 notched $1.6 billion in global ticket sales, and
$1.6 billion in ticket sales. They seem to be doing fine. I feel like Disney's going to be perfectly fine, regardless of the fact that the theme parks are seeing a downturn right now. Fact is right now people are struggling to make sure that they can afford to pay bills and rent and all of those kinds of things, and perhaps going and experiencing the magic that is Disney and their theme parks, perhaps out of their current price range. But thankfully, Disney's gonna be fine. As you just heard, still making plenty of fucking money. Okay. Now, while we're talking about business, let's go here to Seattle. This came out 42 minutes ago. Wow, this is very breaking news, chat. Problematic parts discovered in several Boeing passenger planes.
Well, tonight we have learned a problematic part has been discovered in several Boeing passenger planes.
King 5 investigator Kristen Goodwillie has this King 5 exclusive report.
Boeing has confirmed to me that the issue was found in 3 already delivered airplanes, which are grounded pending replacement of these substandard parts. On Wednesday, internal Boeing sources told King 5 there was a slowdown in Renton's 737 MAX assembly line because of defective electrical junction boxes. Executive Director of Boeing's engineering union, Ray Goforth, confirmed in a statement that there was a problem with the junction boxes and it slowed or stopped production, but is unaware of how significant that slowdown was. The MAX passenger plane has miles of electrical wiring, and while it's unclear which junction box is impacted, aviation expert John Nance says fixing the problem is imperative.
If it is a generic situation with a number of these boxes being found to be less than they should, then it has to be addressed. There's no question about it.
Boeing says despite this problem, production continues in the Renton factory. In a statement to King 5, it said Boeing's team identified a problematic part and workers are replacing those components on 3 delivered planes while performing.
So yeah, Boeing still having some production issues, clearly. Maybe their new CEO will find a way to stop all of these sort of problems from happening. Maybe they could spend more money on actual production, safety, worker-related stuff, and less on stock buybacks and things like that. That's an idea. I don't have an MBA, but that's my thought. Now let's talk about a couple of other things relating to the economy and housing. Here is another Reuters story from a day ago. U.S. 30-year mortgage rate drops to a 15-month low.
The interest rate for the most popular U.S. home loan plunged to its lowest level in 15 months. That's according to the Mortgage Bankers Association, which said on Wednesday that the average rate on a 30-year mortgage fell to 6.55%. It comes after the Federal Reserve signaled at its last meeting that it could start cutting interest rates in September. And a weaker than expected July jobs report has bolstered financial market bets the interest rate cuts would be big. The Fed left rates steady at the end of its July meeting.
It's very exciting. Very exciting for everyone. But not really. Still quite high, even if it's down over the last 12 months. Home prices are still pretty unaffordable for most people. And always remember that the bank borrowed the money from the government and then gave it to you and charged you a higher rate than the government gave them. Always remember that. Speaking of homes, let's talk about people without them. Here's NBC LA from about an hour and a half ago, or right before the stream started. Will Los Angeles fix homelessness by LA Olympics in 2028? Oh yeah, gotta get on it so people don't notice. It's not like YouTube exists. I love this. I love this. It's so fucking funny. Paris, gotta hide the homeless people. Nobody knew that there were homeless people in LA. And as long as we get rid of them by 2028, nobody will find out. Let's hear what they're going to do about the problem.
Well, this is what many visitors from around the world might see when LA hosts the 2028 Olympics. But the mayor says she plans to dramatically reduce homelessness by the time the Olympics are here.
Really?
Investigative reporter Joel Grover has been covering the homelessness issue for years.
That's right. He's been looking closely at the money being spent and what this crisis could look like when LA is on the world stage in 2028. Joel.
Well, the city of LA is spending more of your...
I love how NBC seemingly is more concerned about how it looks than, I don't know, the actual human effects. Like, oh, it's gonna look real bad for the Olympics. How can we solve this by then?
dollars than ever before to try and reduce homelessness, about $1 billion this fiscal year. And yet so far, the numbers of people coming off the streets for good remains very small. Visitors to the Hollywood Walk of Fame often walk right into LA's nightmare of homelessness. Encampments all around Hollywood Boulevard.
This is not safe.
Oh my God.
Levi Freeman walked.
Do you hear the music? Jesus Christ. They love fear-mongering about the goddamn homeless. Scourge of
this
society.
encampment littered with needles.
No explanation
to get to his
for
condo
why it
off Hollywood
exists.
Boulevard. I saw you walk through there. What's it like walking through that?
Terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying and
So
really
scary.
filthy.
That encampment has gone up in flames twice in the last year, and each
Having to look at capitalism's downstream effects on my way to work? Unbelievable. I can't accept it.
time city leaders promised to clean it up, but that hasn't happened. Do you see homelessness getting better?
No.
According to the mayor's budget, LA spent $1.3 billion last year to reduce homelessness, and will spend close to $1 billion this fiscal year, with a big chunk of that paying for the mayor's Inside Safe program, which offers to shuttle the homeless to motel rooms with the promise of getting them permanent apartments.
We have demonstrated that people are willing to leave the streets.
I first met people like Faith Stevens when Inside Safe placed her in this motel room, costing taxpayers $3,200 a month.
I mean, I'm safe. Don't get me wrong, I'm safe.
But a year and a half later, she's still in a motel. Can I ask you a few questions about that?
Unfortunately, I cannot answer any questions.
Because she says caseworkers haven't helped her find an apartment. Do you still have hope that this program will get you an apartment?
I'm just in limbo. My whole life has been put on hold from this situation.
The mayor's office says Inside Safe has moved more than 2,800 homeless people off the streets, but only placed about
2,800 for $1.3 billion? What are they doing with the money? Burning it? Burning it in front of the homeless and hoping that that gets them to come with them? What the fuck?
600 of them in permanent housing.
That's even
that
worse.
Means most,
Jesus
like
Christ.
Faith Stevens, remain stuck in those expensive motels. Are you happy with the progress of Inside Safe so far with those numbers?
Absolutely not. It is inadequate.
This year's official homeless count showed a 2.2% drop in the numbers of unsheltered people in LA. But there are still more than 45,000 homeless people in the city.
I find it completely unacceptable. 2.2% for hundreds of millions of dollars of spending. I mean, we're moving at a glacial pace to solve this issue.
When the Olympics...
Okay, wait, was there one other thing in here I wanted to look at? I think we're good. Okay. There is one thing I wanted to look at while we're talking about all this. Some of those numbers are absolutely staggering. $2.3 billion in the last 2 years being spent on solving the homeless crisis, if you will, in California, or in just in LA, and somehow that it has only gotten 600 people permanent housing is utterly pathetic. So I know I'm not in government, but I have come up with an idea. So here, let's go. Let's go down Galactic Idea Lane. The boulevard of galactic ideas. Here we go. Idea number 1. Hold on. This is too small.
Phrasing?
Hush. I need it bigger. Ah, there we go. Much better. Hey, what the what in the act? How dare you? How dare you? I am utterly shocked and offended. Okay. Here's my idea. $1 billion. Let's just go with the $1 billion figure for 2024. This is what they could do with that $1 billion. Here's our Google search for pre-built container homes. Got one from AliExpress for $7,300, Amazon.com for $13,000, 32. Oh, that's fancy. 32,000. We don't need to go that fancy. 84,000. That's nuts. But we see 15,000 here. That's not a real home. Actually, wait. Is it? Kinda is. Oh no, I see what that. No, we're gonna skip that one. $8,000 here. Let's assume. Let's assume $10,000 per. Right. Even let's go higher. This one. Let's go with this. 15,000 here. 19 by 20. 400 square feet. Not bad. Not bad. Let's do a little math. Where's my calculator? We need the calculator. So, what did they say? What did they say it was? 42,000. 42,000 homeless people. 42,000 times. Let's just overshoot, right? 15,000 per. So, what is that? $630 million would get you 42,000 container homes. That leaves you under budget. You still got $300+ million to spend on, making sure those people have whatever else they need. I just solved the homelessness crisis, everybody. We did it. We did it, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause. We just did it. That's just 1 year. If they'd started last year, they'd have a whole $1 billion plus to play with. Who knows what the possibilities? Endless. Instead, no. No, gotta get him into hotels that cost $3,200 a month. Because, by the way, I don't know if you heard that, but they're putting people in hotels and motels that are costing the state and the county, Los Angeles County, $3,200 a month. Do the math. I'll give you a second. But that winds up being nearly $40,000 a year. That's 4 times as much as one of those container homes we were just talking about. So it seems like it would actually be a net benefit financially for the state for them to just invest in container homes. I know it sounds wild, but the math does in fact check out. We just did it together. We just fucking did it together just now. What the fuck just happened? Where's my list? Oh my god, hold on, chat. Had a goddamn meltdown. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. Fixed it. Oh, it's that time. They need utilities. Well, that's what the 300 mil is for. They still got an extra 300 million. Get some solar panels in there. It's in LA, of all places. Get them some solar panels going. I think solar panels cost less than 300 million. Even for 40,000 container units, I think you can get that done pretty cheap, honestly. But you are right. They do need utilities. Okay, it's that time.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, I hope you've all been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe. By the way, I know some of you aren't subscribed. I can see the numbers myself. There are plenty of streams where nearly half of the views that I get are from people who are unsubscribed to the goddamn channel. Meaning, if all those people would just subscribe, this channel would be nearly at 500 subs already. And practically 95% of the way to being monetized. Yet we sit here, in this moment, without that being the situation. Are you the reason? Ask yourself that question. Anyways, if you've already done both of those fabulous things and you still want to help support the channel, well, here is a great idea. You can become a subscriber on Patreon and become a galactic producer. First a few US dollars a month. You get access to all sorts of super sweet galactic space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. That's right. That's right, and on Patreon, 90+% of your contributed money goes directly to the creator, aka me. Alright, chat, well, enjoy this space intermission, and I will be right back. Are likes a thing on Twitch? No. No, likes don't exist on Twitch. If you're watching it, you like it. Sincerely, Twitch. I can't believe we're this deep in the stream, and we haven't even gotten to the goddamn environmental news yet. Here we go. Let's do it, chat. Let's do it. Environmental news. And to ease us into the environmental news. Oh god damn, do we really have 90 videos today? How many have we gone through? We're doing okay. We're doing okay. Alright, let's ease into it. Here's CBS New York from a day ago. Plans to build a floating pool in East River take a step forward. What? That sentence doesn't make sense to my brain.
Plans to build a one-of-a-kind floating pool in Manhattan are taking a big step forward. Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams.
This is such a weird plan. This is so weird. What the fuck? A floating pool. It just seems like such a strange dichotomy.
Pool in Manhattan are taking a big step forward. Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams said today that they will jointly fund a 3-month water filtration project at the site of the proposed pool, which is in the East River, just off Pier 35 on the Lower East Side. Now, if these tests show that the filtration system functions properly, workers will be able to set up the 2,000 square foot pool next summer. And the best news here, the pool's developer says entry will be free.
Now, I think it's great that it'll be a public pool. I think that part of it's
now
awesome.
To an emergency order from the Environmental Protection Agency.
Settle down now. Floating cities coming next. Yeah, sincerely climate change. What was that? That was a goddamn floating pool. In the East River, on the Hudson. Well, yeah. It should be fun. It should be fun, and by fun I mean definitely not bad. I'm sure nothing will go wrong with that plan, but I do like free in public. When I first watched it, I was concerned that it was going to be a private pool in the middle of the fucking river. And I was like, oh, wow. How great for everybody. But no, that's quasi a good idea. I mean, the idea itself, I don't know why you have to put it in the East River. Probably because real estate over on that side of the Manhattan, probably pretty expensive. Yeah, I'm sure there'll nothing climate changey will happen and cause this to be a terrible plan. Just get that idea right out of your mind, chat. No way for climate change to ruin this plan at all. Let's go here to ABC News from a day ago. EPA issues emergency order on popular pesticides used on produce items. Oh, how good.
Now to an emergency order from the Environmental Protection Agency banning the use of a pesticide known as DCPA, which is used for farming some common produce items. Rhiannon Alley joins us with more. Good morning, Rhiannon.
Good morning, Michael. The EPA is demanding this weed killer be pulled from store shelves immediately because it can harm a pregnant woman's unborn baby. And this is a popular one. The U.S. uses an average of approximately 84,000 pounds of DCPA, which is also known as Dacthal. It's a pesticide fungicide to control weeds. It is used in industrial farming of broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, onions, even possibly watermelon. So now for the first time in nearly 40 years, the EPA is using its emergency authority to stop the use of DCPA. They are citing the risk to pregnant farm workers exposed to this chemical. The EPA says exposure can...
Geez. Okay. That seems like a concern. I wonder how long we've actually known about this for. With the fact the EPA is announcing this, you would have to think it's been a little bit. This is a disturbing list, though. Changes in hormone levels linked to low birth rate, impaired brain development, decreased IQ, and impaired motor skills. Oh, so good. So good and so great.
Fetal thyroid hormone levels, which is linked to low birth weight, impaired brain development, decreased IQ.
I just said that. Thank you. Okay. You're fine. You feel very good. This is good. That instills me with much confidence. Where to next? I know. Let's go to Vancouver, where a massive fire has brought down a crane and destroyed homes.
It started quickly and furiously, turning to a massive inferno.
It was one of the most terrifying things we've ever seen.
There goes the crane.
That heat causing a crane to collapse, bringing down trolley wires and power lines onto 41st Avenue. Neighbours describe hearing explosions from the 6-story wood frame building under construction.
The fire was so big, we were standing several blocks away and we could feel the heat.
The fire took off so quickly it spread to neighbouring homes, from embers carried by the wind.
When a fire is as big as it was, and this fire was rather significant given it was 6-story wood frame construction, all that wood is fuel for that fire. Those fires create their own wind.
At least 7 homes are damaged. 1 is lost. Even neighbours jumped in to help.
So I want to recognize the citizens of this community that are, 1, impacted by this fire, and 2, that assisted our efforts early on when we were first arriving on scene.
Power.
Okay. More regulations to repeal on day 1. Can't have regulations. Now, we were talking about this last week, and actually earlier this week as well. The Chilcotin River. Now, it, if you recall, an entire hillside collapsed into the Chilcotin River, blocking it for days, causing water behind it to build up significantly. We did catch it, the initial breaching of it, but was rather uneventful, as it had really breached a tiny portion of it. But eventually the whole hillside gave way to the river, and it has now become, according to CBC, a beast, quote unquote.
Officials in BC are warning people to stay away from the banks of 2 major rivers in the central interior. A powerful surge of water and debris began flowing down the Fraser River after a dam gave way that was caused by a massive landslide last week. That caused water to accumulate upstream for days. Trisha Kindleman has been following this story for us. So, Trisha, what more are officials saying today about this flow of water and debris?
Well, Jacqueline, we're starting to get a real sense of the damage that's been left behind after that water began releasing through that natural dam yesterday and making its way through the Chilcotin River and then connecting down with the Fraser River. And it will eventually make its way out towards the coast. So now we have some actual video here to give you a bit of a sense of the strength of this water. This is at the Farwell Canyon. This was a cabin that was there, a heritage cabin actually, that the waters eroded the riverbank so much that that cabin was eventually swallowed up by those waters as well. Now, this is just the first indication of really the strength of this water and the damage that could be left behind by it, as it is also just full of debris. You can see those logs there that were taken down by that landslide. In the mix also is silt and other trees and debris that are really creating that backlog and causing issues where that water had backed up behind it. But again, as we...
So yeah, it has drastically picked up since we last looked at this. There's barely a trickle coming out of the breaching of that natural dam created by the landslide, and is now well beyond that into a raging fucking river, destroying buildings and reshaping the very riverbed itself. All right, let's go on down to California. As in Southern California now, we've been talking mostly about Northern California and Central Californian wildfires. There are now wildfires as well in South California, which are causing homes to be burnt to the ground and forcing evacuations in the area. Let's go here. Associated Press from 16 hours ago. 16 hours ago. Come on. Why does Streamlabs hate me? Why do you refuse to be? Why do you refuse to be good? Can I ask that? Can you at least give me that answer? I guess we can just stay frozen on this screen too. That's good. I like this screen. How's chat? How's everybody in chat doing? Doing good? Living the dream? Living your best life? Live, laugh, love? Good, good, good. Glad you're all doing good. Yeah, impromptu vibe check. Just checking on you all. Totally planned. Totally planned impromptu vibe check. That's how impromptu things work. Let's try an impromptu Streamlabs software working. Impromptu, come on. God damn it. I don't know why you refuse to be my friend. One day, we'll be friends.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It looks like the entrance to hell. It's like a nightmare dreamscape. Good point. Bob Carmody making a very good point. Why is nobody in here raking right now? We need some people get it right on in here. Rake this bitch out. That's why things are going bad. It's not enough raking. That's the solution to all wildfires. That's science. Write that down.
It's science.
It's not great. It's definitely not great. I don't know exactly how big this fire is at this time. But I do get the sense we're going to be talking about it more this weekend. Perhaps even later today. Considering how that fire looks, I get the sense it's going to be growing quite a lot. Not good. Not good. Oh, this is disappointing. This next this next story is very disappointing. CBS Colorado from a day ago. Neighborhood in Colorado explores options after fracking project approved near Aurora Reservoir. Oh, smart. Yeah, definitely want to go fracking right next to reservoirs where we keep our drinking water. Smart. Smart. Now you're thinking.
Also in Aurora, the State Energy and Carbon Management Commission gives the green light to a fracking project.
That project is near the Aurora Reservoir, despite the protests of some Southeast Aurora neighbors. Your reporter in Aurora, Michael Abeda, has been following this story for years and looks into what's next.
Accidents do happen. I do believe that.
Nearly 2 years ago, Kevin Chan learned something about the future of his neighborhood that upset him.
There was a post on our neighborhood Facebook page saying something about mineral rights.
Civitas was planning a large oil and gas fracking project near his home and the Aurora Reservoir called the Lowry Cap. He worried about the effects that would have on his health and the environment, so he created a Facebook group called Save the Aurora Reservoir.
My initial thoughts were just to get my community informed and at least involved in some way, but never some sort of formal community group or opposition to it.
That group grew into a grassroots effort to stop the project entirely. For 2 years, he and some of his neighbors organized a fight to stop the project.
It's been hard. It's, you know, the fundraising, the getting the word out, getting community involved.
All their efforts culminated this month when they presented their case to the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission.
People from all walks of life, professions, and varying levels of knowledge about the oil and gas industry have studied this cap. They've come to the same conclusion. It is not protective.
But Civitas argues that they have studied the impact and the project is safe.
This commission has heard from one activist group with
Jost Energy Law. So a woman who clearly works for the energy company herself here to tell us it's all fine. NBD.
True Standing, whose sole mission is to prohibit oil and gas development on Lowry Ranch.
Save the Aurora.
Yeah, well, in this particular case, I think that makes a hell of a lot of sense, doesn't it? In fact, I would say we should be prohibiting it from all sorts of other places, in general, entirely. But it's just ridiculous, of course, on that property. That's what they're trying to do. There's the whole stated mission of it, because they're trying to stop fracking from happening right next to a water source.
Reservoir leadership watched the virtual hearing and deliberation by the commission from a home in Aurora. Ultimately, the commission decided to approve the project. In a statement, the American Petroleum Institute said the resistance to the project was disheartening.
Oh, it's so sad. The American Petroleum Institute felt disheartened. Oh, God, that is... Sorry. Help, being repressed. Oh, God, stop making jokes. No, we should take a moment of silence for the American Petroleum Institute and their heart. Oh, actually, never mind. Doesn't seem like they actually have a heart, so no big deal. Can't actually be disheartened if you have no heart. Write that down. Okay, let's move on. Oh, you know how about a month ago or so now, maybe even longer now, over a month ago, I mentioned that hurricane season had started and tornado season had ended. Well, that doesn't mean that tornadoes can't happen still. So let's go and look at this. This is South Carolina? Sampson County tornado damage. People tried to recover before Tropical Storm Debby hits the area.
We continue to follow breaking news out of Sampson County, where a confirmed tornado touched down as a result of Debby.
And we are getting a look at the damage now, and there is substantial damage. WRIO's Heidi Kirk joining us live with a closer look at it.
Dan, Lena, as you can see behind me, the damage is quite severe here. We got here just within the last few minutes, and as you're going to see, the roof has completely blown off of this home. In fact, we're going to take you up a little bit closer to give you a live look at what we're seeing here. I actually just spoke a few minutes ago with the owner of this home. She says that it was a group home, and thankfully the people who live here were not in the house when this tornado touched down. As you can see, everything has been torn apart. She said her first reaction was really just shock to see her home look like this. There's quite a few people inside as we speak, cleaning up, picking up the pieces. Right below me, I'm seeing several trash bags filled with clothes. She said her biggest priority is just making sure that the people who have their stuff in this home can come back and pick up their things. But right across the street, there's another home that has substantial damage. Items just scoured all throughout the area, tree limbs. It really is far-reaching, and like we said, we just got here, so we're not sure exactly how far-reaching the damage is, but we're going to continue staying on the ground, bringing you live images and continuing coverage of this tornado.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Let's just go straight to this one. This is from the same channel, WRAL, which I believe is in I think it's actually Virginia, but they cover like multiple states around that area. North Carolina and South Carolina. Let's go here. I think this one's in North Carolina. A dozen Wilson County homes hit by tornado. This all happened within like 15 hours of each other, I think.
It's just incredible to see the tornadoes that touch down in different parts of our area and how quickly it can just cause so much damage. I mean, you know, I think about tropical storms and feel humbled at how quickly things can change, and how you really have to listen to these warnings and immediately try to get to that safe place in your home. If you haven't identified it at this point, please do. We're still under a tornado watch until 8 p.m., but finding the interior room or getting into that bathroom, having that conversation with your family about what you would do if that warning did come for your particular area. So, you know, it's frightening. But it's so important that we listen to these warnings and we immediately get into our safe spots.
Well, and a lot of people that we've heard from have just kept the TV on too. Sure. And that's why we're here, because we want to keep you safe, and we're continuing our coverage so that we can bring you the latest information as we are getting our crews out and fanning across the area and hearing reports about where the biggest damage is. Let's go now live to WRIL's Eric Miller, who is back in Wilson County, where we also saw a tornado hit not far from where you are. Eric.
Well, Deborah, where we're standing right now is quite literally in the middle of that tornado's path. Where you've been hearing from Kristen today, the Barnes household, that's just about a block up Lloyd Road here. This is essentially what was left by this wrecking ball of a tornado as it headed further through this community. You look over here, the storm taking the top off of this house, completely removing the roof, sending trees down into walls, onto cars, snapping others, sending branches flying. As we pan over this way, you can see yet another home completely moved off of its foundation, lifted back, the brick wall shattered.
Oh, damn, I didn't even notice it got moved off its foundation, but yeah, you can see that. Damn.
The roofing peeled off, scattered to the wind, and it goes on like this for blocks. Beyond that tree line, beyond those down...
That's where it used to be, here is where it's now, this is where it used to be, this is where it's now. Fun. How fun is that? Okay, no foreign languages in chat. Our mods have no way of knowing what you're saying. So how are they supposed to make sure that it's appropriate? let's go on to this. Yeah, let's go up to Canada real quick here. First, let's go to this. This parasite is attacking Prince Edward Island oysters. Here's what you should know.
Words like parasite and disease, not necessarily the words you want to hear when you're eating a PEI oyster. Staff at Carr's Oyster Bar in Stanley Bridge say they're getting questions, but people are still eating them.
Cheers. We're just trying to keep the people understanding that they can still eat this quality food. It's a good choice and it's not going to hurt them.
3 weeks ago, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency confirmed the presence of MSX in PEI waters. Not a lot is known about it, but here's what we do know. MSX is a disease that's harmless to humans, but it's lethal to oysters. It can kill off 90 to 95% of them in as little as 2 to 3 years. That worries fishers.
It's hard on the mental health. You're stressed all the time. Like, where's the paycheck coming from next week?
We do know that disease activity increases with higher water temperatures and an increase in salt in the water. So how do we know if an oyster has MSX? Well, their valves are slow to close when disturbed. They're slow to grow, so there's no new shell growth. Young oysters may have pale digestive glands. You may spot raised yellow-brown protein deposits on the oyster, and oysters over 2 years old may have high mortality rates. Officials say we still don't know how MSX is transmitted.
Makes it even more scary than the bedeck positive because we don't know how much farther it's spread. It's the unknown, I guess.
Right now, there is what is called a primary control zone around where MSX is, including Bedeck Bay, Botten River, New London Bay and Stanley Bridge, and Bird Island to Black Banks near Lennox Island. Nothing can be moved in or out of these waters without CFIA's approval. That includes oysters, boats, and marine plants, anything that might be capable of spreading the disease. But the CFIA says it's allowing some oysters to be sold to eat with a permit. Meanwhile, it continues to test to see just how far MSX has spread. Wayne Thibodeau, CBC News, Charlottetown.
Thanks, Wayne. So yeah, apparently people don't have anything to be concerned about as it relates to eating these oysters with this parasite, at least as far as we know. But the oysters themselves, I'm not sure they can feel concerned, but should in fact be concerned about all this, and probably humans as well, as this would seem to be a potentially existential threat to the oyster population if after 2 years they can just immediately die. These oysters do in fact need a fair amount of time to grow, and you know, having oysters just dying off like that is it's not good. Not good for the oyster population. And always remember that oysters are incredibly important for our shorelines. If we didn't have oysters, many places in the South would look a lot different. And in fact, we've seen some of the damage that has been caused from the loss of oyster bars, if you will. And not talking about oyster bars where people eat them, but the places where these oysters grow and habitate, as they protect against erosion, among other things. They are a vital part of our ecosystem, let alone part of our food supply. For some, at least. Bob Carmody appears to be allergic to shellfish, so not you. Okay, let's go here while staying in Canada. Let's go to Calgary, where a storm 2 days ago caused large hail to smash windows and damaging cars as well as homes.
now. The damage from last night's storm is widespread. We can tell you that there's reports of broken windows, damaged vehicles, and of course torn up siding from the northwest to the northeast communities of Calgary. From what we've been able to see, the north and west facing sides of these homes were hit the hardest, with street after street of damaged siding. Also seen dozens of cars with smashed windows, windshields, and taillights. Plus, there's been flooding, adding to the damage with several stranded vehicles, although EMS say overnight no injuries were reported. Also been speaking with a lot of people, especially here in the Northeast. They say it's not their first time having to deal with this sort of damage from a summertime hailstorm.
There's still people that in this area that still haven't fixed their places from the last hail claim. So now you got this guy who's just finishing his house when I moved in, redoing the siding, and now it's all peppered off again.
That sucks. That sucks so bad. Just when this guy was moving in, he was fixing his house from the previous hailstorm, and now this, where basically he's gonna have to replace all of it again. How fun!
I think it's pretty scary too at times, right? Because what about in the cladding, right? If there's a hole, right, then there is a issue with the heat as well, right? At times, right? So that is another thing as well, right? So I need to get that checked as well.
The Calgary airport is also dealing with damage from last night's storm.
Oh no!
Oh shit!
Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go.
You can see the tiles and water raining down from the ceiling, pooling on the floor. The Calgary Airport Authority confirming that the damage is due to the hail and heavy rain. They confirm that portions of the domestic terminal are still closed, leading to dozens of canceled flights both in and out of Calgary. So if you're traveling through YYC, you'll want to go through and check your flight status. Both the Calgary Airport Authority and
some of those hailstones or hail balls, whatever you call them, they're fucking huge. I feel like there's a particular word for these that I don't know it. Should look it up. Talk about it a lot. Oh God. Bob Carmody found out about his shellfish allergy the experimental way, huh? That's no fun. That is no fun at all. Alright, let's talk about water. But in a different way. Not frozen water falling from the sky, but water being held back from its natural state by dams in the United States. Let's go to the Associated Press here from a day ago, where they discussed the campaign to demolish dams in the United States as it intensifies with federal funding.
Part of this project, part of our watershed plan, is to remove the obsolete dams and create new habitat for native species like the hellbenders. So removal of the Shoals Mill Dam, following hot on the heels of the 2021 removal of the Wards Mill Dam downstream, is creating new pockets of hellbenders. This dam is a barrier between a downstream population and a thriving upstream population of hellbenders.
We started by moving hellbenders, aquatic salamanders, from below this dam to get them out of harm's way. We actually took them to a different site that we restored in 2021, the Ward Mill Dam Removal Project, and then the construction got underway. The dam itself will take just a couple of days to remove, but the whole process will be a couple of weeks. Projects like these, where we have multiple dam removals in the same watershed, that really create that model for how to transform a watershed and restore it for community benefits, removing public safety risk from the environment, also supporting, of course, biodiversity and climate change.
The benefits will be immediate and long-term. So you'll immediately see, cleaner, colder water, and you'll immediately see, fish traveling up through this corridor. So this dam was a barrier to aquatic connectivity, but now fish, mussels, salamanders be able to move through the system freely, right? 1,500 dams in Western North Carolina serving no purpose, and 28,000 statewide in the state of North Carolina. Dam removal.
Super cool. Super cool. Super cool. And we're seeing projects like this not just happening in the United States, but as well as in the UK, in Canada, and other places that we talk about, where human infrastructure that's being underutilized or unutilized, that happens to be hindering the natural progress of wildlife, are being taken down and reverted to their natural state, or at least a better state than what they are in, and should hopefully help our environment. That's certainly the plan. Okay, we got a lot more to talk about with water, as it's been pretty crazy. Storm Debby, let's get into it. I've held you off for 3 hours. Here we go. Time to talk about it. Here's global news from 2 days ago. Tropical Storm Debby. Record rain. Flooding inundate southeast United States.
Tropical storm Debby is moving northeast over Georgia, bringing a major threat of flooding and storm surges for the southeastern United States. At least 6 deaths have been confirmed, 5 in Florida and 1 in Georgia.
Hurricane Debby brought massive amounts of record rain to Manatee County. And over the last 72 hours, we had more rain here in Manatee County. But let the citizens know that emergency operations have been operating here 24/7 since this storm began. We've had over 55 water rescues, 210 individuals, and 2 horses were rescued. Our call center took over 2,200 calls in the last 72 hours. Additional 800 emergency calls and 900 non-emergency calls have been handled by that call center. Our flood management realized that it handled a 100-year flood. This is a 100-year flood that we've had during this storm.
There's parts of it have not been as bad as we thought, although they've been bad, but there are some parts coming that likely will be worse than what we have seen before and in some different areas. I'm glad to report that thus far, excuse me, we have not had any reports of any fatalities. We hope that it stays like that, and we want to urge people again to be safe. Think about what you're doing. Don't take any chances. And remember, this water can be very dangerous, particularly when it's moving. The threat of severe flooding across the state remains very high. Heavy rainfall has already hit several parts of our state, especially the low country. And what we have happening is this storm is coming up. It's moving very slowly. It's got a lot of rain in it. And it is going out over the ocean and gathering some strength and coming back in. The winds have not been...
God damn. The low country, though. When he says low country as it relates to Florida, I'm like, what do you mean, the whole state? Because the fact is most of the state is either like at or below or very slightly above sea level. And it's all low. It's all fucking low. Okay, let's keep talking about this. Here's the global news from a day ago. Tropical Storm Debby prompts emergency evacuations in 4 states.
Tropical Storm Debby wreaking havoc on the east coast of the U.S. with life-threatening flooding.
And we have a SUV that got swept off of golf course into Gamble Creek.
The storm, which made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane, first hit Florida on Monday. It's since led to 5 deaths in the state, as well as 1 in Georgia.
My whole house is surrounded with water. I actually couldn't get out until it subsided just a little bit.
As the storm makes its way north, authorities warn excessive rainfall is expected and could be dangerous.
You're going to see homes and businesses flooded. You're going to have evacuations and rescues out of flooded buildings. Flooded roads can make travel impossible and potential evacuations difficult as well. You're going to have roads that might erode from underneath, creating...
Yeah, I wish I had saved this video that I ran into before the storm hit, because right before the storm actually made landfall, I saw some guy, I don't know how or why I got recommended this video. I got recommended this video of this guy who was like making fun of the storm. He's like, oh, it's gonna be so dangerous and blah blah blah. Oh, I'm so scared and this and that. And here we are, 5 people dead in Florida alone. And I bet I know what his politics are.
Dangers.
So far, 4 states, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, have declared a state of emergency. And in Florida, a state of emergency was declared in 61 of 67 counties. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper announced Wednesday he activated 300 members of the state's National Guard.
A slow-moving tropical storm can sometimes be even more deadly than a quick-moving hurricane. That means even without the constant high winds, we must be on high alert.
North Carolina is an
okay. Talking about escargot in chat? Not sure how we got on that topic. Let's go to this. This is CBS News. South Carolina braces for second Debby landfall. That's right. Because if you recall, the storm, maybe I should have brought a map out for this. I guess I could do that. But you can imagine it. Because the storm went in through the Gulf of Mexico, made landfall on the west side of Florida, went across Florida, hit South Carolina, then came back and has hit land again in South Carolina, causing the flooding to be, well, I guess twice as bad. Oh, I need to hydrate. Thank you, Omega Star. I will hydrate.
Back here at home, we're tracking Tropical Storm Debby as it moves up the East Coast. Heavy rain has already led to flooding in parts of South Carolina. Georgia and North Carolina have also been impacted this week. Debby made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane in Florida Monday before being downgraded to a tropical storm. Debby has been blamed for at least 4 deaths in Florida and 1 in Georgia. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavides has been tracking Debby. He joins us now from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Christian, you and your crew made your way from North Carolina to South today. What did you see and what is it like there currently?
Right. Good evening. At this point, what we're seeing are these gusty winds, and from time to time we will see a rain band that will come through. But what's happening now is that this system is essentially out in the Atlantic. It's forecasted that it'll make a second landfall somewhere along the coastline here in South Carolina. Could be right here in Myrtle Beach where we're located. Could be Charleston. It's we'll have to see what happens in the overnight hours. But this is a system that has been so disorganized that as you look at where it's supposed to make landfall, look at where the rain totals, where the rainfall is supposed to be excessive, it surprises people because take, for example, what happened in Savannah, where there were pockets of localized flooding, but the historic levels of flooding that they were anticipating did not come to fruition. You had the storm that pushed forward and it dumped a bunch of rain in Charleston and around here, South Carolina. And so at this point, we're waiting to see what will happen once it makes landfall again. There's a lot of concern about what could happen with the rivers.
Okay. Hold on, we got more to look at. As I haven't streamed for 2 freaking days, so we got a lot to cover. It's unusual, I know. It's good to see I can take a couple days off, come back, and you're all still here. Maybe I have a problem with object permanence. Could be. Where I lost my place. Speaking of object permanence, where was I?
Okay, yeah, let's show some of the footage of the flooding in Florida. Go back south here. Damn. It's just a big freaking gross looking pond. It's like a marsh or a swamp. A swamp filled with fucking crocodiles.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Alright, it's not filled with crocodiles, but they exist. Same thing with anacondas in Florida. It just makes it that much worse when it floods. I feel like every time I see a flood in like Florida, I'm thinking, oh god. Now their domain has been increased. There's nothing stopping them now. They can take over. Just kidding. Alright, let's go on. This one I found funny. Well, it's funny as it gets when it comes to these sorts of things. You know, it's not. I don't feel like it's entirely my fault that I find this funny. NBC News from 4 hours ago. Sarasota homeowners demand answers after Hurricane Debby destroyed their homes. I'm sorry, what? It can't just be me. It can't just be me. What is that? That's the title of this next video. NBC News from 4 hours ago. I'll say it once more. Sarasota homeowners demand answers after Hurricane Debby destroyed their homes. Now let's remember, Sarasota is a place that's only 16 feet above sea level.
A desperate plea from Judy Park as she walks through her home knee-deep in water.
If you were watching these images, which are profound, and you were thinking, that could never be me, you are incorrect.
She, like dozens of other people in the Laurel Meadows neighborhood in Sarasota County, is going back to her home by boat. Just trying to save the things that are irreplaceable.
You kind of mentally say goodbye to everything, and then it's kind of a treasure when you get, a picture or something. But walking through your house and the floorboards floating next to you is not easy.
And as many are in tears, trying to salvage whatever they can, others are frustrated and just want to know why.
This ditch caused it, that caused it, that caused it. What is it? There's a real...
This is where things get funny to me. Like, fact is, I feel like most Floridians don't believe in climate change. They live in a place surrounded by water, barely above ocean level, right? Like sea level. And yet, this guy here is having some sort of existential crisis trying to understand what's going on. Sir, a hurricane just hit the area, and the area flooded. It was a slow-moving hurricane which dumped an incredible amount of water. Do you not understand how that works? What is it this guy is missing?
Problem here. The county needs to step up and own it and resolve it and get this water out of here.
Yeah, it's the county's fault. Who put this? I did not sign up for this. Excuse me. I'd like to speak to this water's manager, please. That's this guy. Hurricane Karen.
Many of these people are noticing neighboring communities like Artistry are high and dry, wondering why Laurel Meadows flooded this badly. We took your concerns to County Commissioner Mike Moran to get answers.
At the county level, we bring about more regulation related to green space, open space, retention. But again, it's all of the...
I can't imagine being the person in charge of these idiots. Sounds like a horrible task. It's the county's fault, though. It's just ridiculous. I don't. That man confuses me. He confuses me greatly. Alright, let's go to this. CBS News from 11 hours ago. Debby's second landfall brings more flooding to the East Coast. No, this one.
Tropical storm Debby is bringing a new round of heavy rainfall and flooding to the East Coast. The storm made landfall again in South Carolina this morning and is moving north. Officials say a suspected tornado killed at least one person in North Carolina and damaged multiple homes. The National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning throughout the state. More than 100,000 people there have lost power. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavides is in Bladenboro, North Carolina. That's about an hour from the coast. Christian, good to see you. I see you're standing in what appears to be a store. Tell me about it. What are the conditions right now?
Tom, at this point, a lot of folks here in this small town are sort of picking up the pieces. They are trying to get things back up and running. This is a pharmacy. The water has receded for the most part, and you can see, according to the store owner here, the pharmacy owner, he told me that many people from this town sort of came in, started grabbing things. You can tell that the shelves, everything on the shelves has sort of been elevated. This is the main street is where the pharmacy is located. Mark is the owner of this store. Mark, can you just tell me a little bit about what happened last night? You said the water just started rushing in.
Yeah, we started putting stuff up during the day, taking it upstairs and elevating stuff in case it flooded. We weren't expecting it to flood with this storm. And then I stay here at night like I typically would do to make sure, and then you keep checking the road to make sure the water's flowing the right way, and then all of a sudden, it changed.
All of a sudden, absolutely shocking. All right, let's just skip ahead. Actually, let's see some of the other rain that has been hitting the East Coast. First here, Eyewitness News, ABC 7 New York. From a day ago. Downpours trigger flooding. Prompt rescues in parts of the tri-state area.
Even though the remnants of Debby have not made it to our area yet, yesterday, hours of steady rainfall turned parts of Hackensack, New Jersey, into a swamp.
Several feet of standing water caused road closures there. Some people in the area say their morning commute went from just a few minutes to hours.
Here's Eyewitness News reporter Reagan Medji.
The issue happening right now is take a look at Lodi Street. There are people trying to get to work, and what they're coming across are those yellow barriers letting them know that the road is closed. So they're trying to make these U-turns and going out back where they came from.
And this is the reason why. Feet of standing water flooding Lodi Street in Hackensack. An issue since the overnight hours. According to the National Weather Service, almost 3 inches of rain fell in the area, causing streets to look more like streams.
It's bad.
Just how bad?
Deep. It's water's very deep, and it's flooded all the way down there.
Suba is a mail delivery driver and says it's taking hours longer to make his rounds than it normally would. Not to mention, he's had to get out of his truck to get the job done.
I haven't seen it like this. This bad? No. Oh yeah, the water's high.
Like how high are we talking when you're?
Till here, water got to here. My boot's full of water actually.
Oh, I
Oh
see
my
the water
God.
popping out right now. So
Oh my God.
Once
You see that? This guy moves the boot and then bloop.
Oh. Like, how high are we talking when you're...
Till here, water got to here. My boot's full of water, actually.
Oh, I see the water popping out right now, so it got all the way up above your knee.
Yep.
Once daylight hit, the water...
Pour it out, dude. Why is he still walking around like that?
hadn't receded that much, forcing people arriving for work to find creative ways to get around.
It's just going to get picked up, go to work.
So you're going to get picked up because
the normal.
How normal is this?
Every single time it rains.
And the guy we just spoke to, he's in that vehicle right now. Another issue here, people are trying to find any which way they can to get to work, and that vehicle, unfortunately, is going through the high waters just to get that guy where he needs to go. Hours after the heavy rain.
Okay. Seems like things are going real good over here. They haven't even been hit by Storm Debby. This is just regular sort of storm that caused this damage. And there was damage. This is from a day ago. Also from Eyewitness News. Is this Jersey? Yeah.
Rain and flooding led to some very intense moments last night. Take a look at the flooding in Central Park Avenue near the Cross County Parkway. This is in Yonkers. The floodwaters nearly swallowing that car out there. But luckily, the driver managed to flag down a truck driver for help.
Similar scenes playing out in the Bronx. This
Holy
MTA
shit.
bus full of passengers drove through the high water, some of that water seeping in under the doors.
But the flooding, flooding like this, the NYPD is now using drones to help with rescues. This is new video showing how the devices can help spot stranded drivers and alert teams on the ground to their exact location.
People are also cleaning up from messes like this. A massive tree falling, crushing several cars in the Kingsbridge section of the Bronx. But some of the worst damage we've seen, a ceiling starting to cave in at this apartment in Jersey City Heights. You can see water pouring in from above. The people who live here desperately trying to contain it with buckets and towels.
Well, Lee will have a look at the rain totals in just a minute, but we are going to begin with Eyewitness News reporter Janice Yu live in Inglewood with a look at all of the damage there. Janice.
Liz, David, you can see the water here behind me. The levels might not look high, but that's because a lot of that has receded. And because of all of the rain, that consistent rain we saw last night, a lot of the people in Englewood today left up cleaning up that mess. And everyone we talked to today says that they knew it was going to rain, but they didn't realize it would be flooding and causing this big of a problem. In fact, many of them say they haven't dealt with this kind of flooding since Hurricane Ida. Cleanup is underway at a rectory in Englewood after Tuesday's rain poured into the basement. The water strong enough to rip off a part of a door.
Damn. Holy shit. That's insane. How? Breaking off half of a door from a flood? This wasn't even the actual hurricane. They're saying it's as bad as Ida? Good God. What in the fuck is going on? Okay. Let's go along. Associated Press from 21 hours ago. July ends 13-month streak of global heat records as El Nino ebbs.
So hot right now.
July this year was the second warmest July on record. It was slightly below
so close.
The record warm July of 2023. So July marks the end of a streak of 13 consecutive months with global monthly record. Even if we are slightly below what we were a year ago, the global temperature is still at near record levels. So the global picture is not that much different from where we were a year ago.
Is that an animated dumpster fire GIF? That makes me want to make one for this channel. That's amazing. That is awesome, Omega Star. Where'd you get that emote from? That is super cool. Oh, is that a Surfs emote? It says surf dump. I bet that's a Surfs emote.
The global sea surface temperature has been at record or near record levels, but what we have seen over the past year is very high sea surface temperature, or much above average sea surface temperature, outside of the equatorial Pacific, so outside of the typical El Niño regions. What we have seen over the past year.
So yeah, still incredibly hot. Just, you know, July just broke the streak. Only got second place for hottest July ever. Second hottest. But hey, I mean, hey, doing good. Only second hottest July. Seems like we fixed the environment. Just gonna wrap up the stream now. Everything's fine. Just kidding. Okay, let's go on. Let's go south to Mexico, where the avocado gold rush is causing deforestation disaster in the country.
Drone footage recorded by Reuters captured an avocado orchard next to illegally deforested land in central Mexico. Local government officials say growing demand for avocados in the United States has led to deforestation such as this, as avocado producers use bulldozers to dig out illegal water reservoirs for their thirsty crop. Mexican law requires an environmental impact study and permit to store and use water for resource-intensive avocado farming. But in the town of Madero, only 42 reservoirs and wells had permits, according to data from the National Water Authority, CONAGUA. And activists say hundreds of similar water pools in the area have not been approved. Sabas Melchor Gomez is Madero's municipality environmental director.
About 8
or 10 years ago, it was pure wilderness here. It was just as you see. The forest over there reached a field we call charco. This was all wilderness. But the avocado producers came in and logged everything. And now they have avocado orchards.
Up to 70,000 acres in the region have been deforested for avocado farming in the last decade, according to data from environmental groups. To deal with endemic logging, local officials plan to establish an online platform that offers public information about illegally deforested land. Alejandro Mendez is the environment secretary for the state of Michoacán.
We use various satellite images, infrared images, and sophisticated technology to detect where there was a change in land use. It's not a person looking at a screen, but a robot with artificial intelligence who prints the report and sends them to the prosecutor's office and to the Federal Environmental Protection Agency.
But an environmentalist who wished not to be identified said the platform isn't enough.
The only way to address this is not just by watching satellites showing forest areas. We are suffering water hoarding and theft, tree banding. Trees are injected to dry them. They plant under other trees, and little by little they grow in pilferage. Environmental certification cannot just be based on a satellite. I see. So what they're saying is that wow, that is really sinister. So they're intentionally killing trees but letting them stand. So it cuts down on the foliage overhead, allowing them to grow other avocado trees underneath them, but using the trees themselves to hide the fact that they are, in fact, growing the crop there? That is wild, just to avoid satellites. Wow. Okay. You don't need avocados that bad. Alright, let's go to Brazil, where this indigenous group is marking its Amazon territory where Brazil has not. This is Reuters from a day ago.
In Brazil's Amazon, these indigenous Mandaruku warriors are marking the borders of their ancestral lands with signs that read Federal Government, Suaremajubu Territory, Protected Land. It's been a decade since the Mandaruku cleared their territory's borders, enough time for the world's largest rainforest to erase their work. It's a tough job, and one that Chief Juarez says is the government's responsibility.
This is not our job. It's the government's obligation to demarcate indigenous lands, but they are not doing it. We have been struggling to protect this land for 25 years, but we are continuing to demarcate it. It is already demarcated, and we continue to clean the borders to keep them alive.
The formal demarcation of an indigenous territory is a crucial step in securing the protections guaranteed in Brazil's constitution. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva vowed to resume the process of recognizing new reservations, which had been halted under his predecessor, Jair Bolsonaro. Since taking power, Lula's government has recognized 10 new reservations. 62 indigenous territories are waiting for his signature, and about 200 more are under study, or with defined borders but still unprotected by the government. Brazil's Indigenous Affairs Agency says it is short-staffed but is working to establish the boundaries. But Lula's promises have drawn backlash from groups that say more roads, railways, and power plants are needed in the Amazon to generate jobs. The Suaremajubu
Just what the Amazon needs. More power plants and infrastructure. Right. Okay, if you say so.
Territory includes some 690 square miles of jungle on the banks of the Tapajos River, one of Brazil's only major rivers without a hydroelectric dam. In 2016,
can you imagine how big that dam would have to be to cross this river? And what sort of environmental impact it would have? My God. Okay. Let's go to this. Across the pond. The UK. The world's most powerful tidal turbine. But can our grid handle it? Channel 4 News 10 hours ago, perhaps with an answer to the question.
Power north from mainland Orkney to a colossal natural ocean powerhouse. It's called the Fall of Warness.
There it is, look.
Oh yeah. But as we do, the the sea mist, blankets everything. But then...
It's like a sort of surface submarine, isn't it? Yeah, yes, I guess it is, yeah.
From nowhere, the world's most powerful tidal turbine.
A power station, but not as we know it. Yes.
The mist clears and we find ourselves in the middle of power and energy on a scale beyond human comprehension.
Muckle Greenholm Island to one side, Edie Island to the other, and between the two, a trough of gigantic energy where the North Sea waters meet the Atlantic waters, and every day around the
tons of water at 10 miles an hour for 6.
Oh no, what the fuck is happening? Why is the stream frozen? Why is the stream frozen? What is happening? Is this working for people now? Definitely just froze for me there. It was real weird. Oh no, my device is behind. Click live. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Hopefully we're good to keep going.
Hours one way, 500 million, 10 miles an hour, 6 hours the other. Day in, day out, forever.
This is 2 megawatt, which is around 2,000 UK houses.
This could power 2,000 houses a year.
2,000 UK houses, yeah.
This model can power a small town for a year, but the UK's biggest wind farm will power 6 million homes. The whole enterprise now faces major obstacles if it's to scale up from this prototype and play its part in the government's green energy revolution. So how does it work? Let's go down under these legs, where we find turbine blades on each leg. Think wind turbine but underwater, rotating in the push of the tide, and that is basically it. Unlike solar, unlike wind, the tides never stop.
So come in, duck your head.
And go inside the tidal generator, and it's a feast of British engineering.
It's roomier than I thought.
Yeah, it's quite roomy. We're operating at 11,000 volts.
Right.
3/4 of it all made in these islands.
looks
From
roomy.
Sheffield, Fife, and yes, Orkney. The hull sections put together in Dundee, the city's first shipyard launch in 40 years. Want to know what transitioning away from oil and gas to sustainable energy looks like in Scotland?
Are you behind the stream right now, Bob? Anybody, everybody look to make sure you're on live so that you're actually live right now. Now you think that that blackout caused at least some to be shot back in time. But yeah, fancy underwater turbines. Uh-oh, what's happening? Is it broken again? Son of a bitch, hold on. It's not even doing it for me. I don't even see what you're saying. YouTube is going down? Why is YouTube going down? This is incredibly rude. Stream ended. What? It says it's still live for me. Get the fuck out. What the hell? It says it's still live. What? What is going on? Well, this is fun. Alright, I'll just gonna play a little music in the background while we wait. Am I even getting black screen on YouTube? I can see it perfectly fine right now. Why is this happening to everyone? Unacceptable. Why does YouTube hate me? Because we're talking about underwater turbines generating electricity? That's unacceptable, is it? Fine. I don't even care about tidal energy. It's a tiny fraction of the energy needed. I'm very confused. Because we just lost like 20 people from the audience just now. So did most people get kicked from the fucking chat, or? That was weird. So super weird. Why does YouTube hate me? So you're saying that the stream has ended on your end. It's definitely not over, or at least I don't plan on ending it, but I would recommend everybody to try and close and restart their apps, or at least close off the stream and then re-click it if it's not working for you. Because at least on my end, everything looks fine, both on YouTube and on Twitch. It's fine for you now? That's good. Okay, well... I guess we'll try and keep going. Alright, let's go to here, I guess. Hungary. No, I'm not saying I need food. I'm talking about the country. Hungary. This is Reuters from a day ago. Rising temperatures could force Hungary's winemakers to adapt.
Some winemakers in Hungary are harvesting grapes up to a month earlier than usual, after July was reported to be the country's hottest month since temperature tracking began in 1901. Scientists say if the trend continues, Hungary could become too hot for producing white wine, including the renowned Tokaj. That's put pressure on Hungarian producers to adapt. Over 2/3 of Hungarian wine producers grow grapes for white wines. This is Laszlo Kerek, a 35-year grape-growing veteran. He is certain of the cause of Hungary's new reality.
The reason is global warming, nothing else. There is no winter anymore. The winter is the autumn now. There is no precipitation.
Kerek says he had to harvest Ersé Oliver, a popular Hungarian grape, in early August instead of at the end of the month. Hungary's winemaking regions have seen an increase of 25% in growing degree days, a metric denoting heat accumulation until crops reach maturity. That's according to Peter Szabo, a climate scientist at Eötvös-Loránd University.
Our models show that heat sums will keep rising, and Hungary's climate will not be ideal for white wine at all.
Szabo suggests white winemakers may need to switch to producing red wine, a variety more suitable to warmer climates. But some winemakers think they will be able to adapt. Peter Varga is the owner of Varga Winery, which sells 15 million bottles annually. His winery is already implementing strategies, like minimizing direct sunlight exposure on grapes and planting new vines on east-facing slopes instead of south-facing ones.
It looks like we will be the new Mediterranean region, and the Mediterranean will be the new North Africa desert. So this shift might not necessarily be unwelcome for Hungarian winemaking, but we need to adapt to it.
Oh, how pragmatic of him. Yeah. Ugh, good God. Mediterranean becoming the new North African desert. There's a bleak statement. Let's go here to Yemen, where flooding has left at least 30 people dead and hundreds displaced, according to officials. This is from 19 hours ago. Whoops. Nope, there we go.
The first pandas to arrive in the U.S. in more than 2 decades are about to make their big debut in California. It's the latest development in what's known as panda diplomacy. And as William Brangham reports, the exchanges between China and the U.S. are not always black and the first.
Yemen. Don't think that's how that road's supposed to look. You can't say how many mornings you fall asleep to my voice. Wow. Good God. This thing just came flying through, huh? So yeah, no sound to that video. I don't have any other updates to that. Just sort of silent drone footage, it would seem. Now pandas. Panda diplomacy.
The first pandas to arrive in the U.S. in more than 2 decades are about to make their big debut in California. It's the latest development in what's known as panda diplomacy. And as William Brangham reports, the exchanges between China and the U.S. are not always black and white.
It's a diplomatic journey that hasn't happened in over 20 years. 2 young pandas, 4-year-old male Yun Xuan and 3-year-old female Xin Bao, flew 7,000 miles from China's mountainous Sichuan province all the way to the San Diego Zoo. Few foreign dignitaries get such an enthusiastic...
Sichuan province, you say? Sounds tasty.
Welcome.
We know the pandas are here, and it's pandemonium. Panda season!
While these two are expected to draw big crowds, they're initially being kept out of sight for a few weeks to let them acclimate.
I was not expecting that level of excitement for pandas. I mean, they're exciting, but wow.
Get such an enthusiastic welcome.
We know the pandas are here, and it's pandemonium. Panda season!
While these two are expected to draw big crowds, they're initially being kept out of sight for a few weeks to let them acclimate. Apart from Atlanta, San Diego is now the only zoo in the nation with these precious bears. San Diego Zoo received its first pair from China in 1996. Over the years, 6 more were born at the zoo, But under the agreement with China, all will return to their native country in 2019.
We've learned so much about giant pandas over
Dr.
the last
Megan Owen
25
is the
years.
Vice President of Wildlife Conservation Science at the San Diego Zoo.
The size of the habitat is, I believe it's quadrupled, maybe even quintupled. It's enormous. We integrated studies of behavior, physiology, and health to ensure we knew all we needed to know about their well-being.
But San Diego isn't the only zoo prepping for pandas.
It's official. The pandas are coming back to D.C.
The National Zoo in Washington, D.C. will welcome a new pair by the end of this year.
We know that there are going to be millions of people who want to see the pandas the day they're here. The entire planet is watching, and there's no margin for error.
National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute Director Brandy Smith.
The fact that the conversations went that quickly, that's the surprise. That was the exciting part for us. We've already sent...
So yeah, pandas coming back to America as a way of perhaps improving diplomatic relations between China and the United States.
China.
Yes, it does seem like exiting and refreshing the stream has been helping people who had been shadow banned from the stream somehow by YouTube. Alright. Let's go here to Seoul. Reuters from a day ago. As temperatures rise, a Seoul farmer is now growing tropical bananas.
So hot right now.
Korea.
As temperatures in South Korea rise due to climate change, some farmers are looking to grow crops usually more suited to warmer weather. In Ma Myung-sun's case, subtropical bananas.
This is a disturbing trend that we are seeing just on this one stream. Multiple countries where people are growing crops that aren't supposed to be there because it's so fucking hot. Having to change entire ways of farming because the environment has changed that much.
73-year-old Ma is among a growing number of farmers adapting to the change in climate. He had low expectations when he planted the crop of subtropical bananas in his community farm. But warmer temperatures have produced a welcome surprise.
At first I was curious about whether it would be really bare bananas. So it was really nice to see the fruits on the tree after we grew them.
During cold winters, Ma still has to use a greenhouse to shield the bananas. South Korea lies in a temperate zone with 4 distinct seasons, but its climate appears to be getting warmer and wetter throughout the year. Over the past few years, the country's cultivated area of subtropical crops has jumped more than tenfold. That's according...
I love how Reuters is doing it in this really cheery way. Like, oh, this is really great for South Korea. Now they get to change up the crops. And here I am like, this sounds real problematic, Reuters. Seems like a disturbing trend happening here, which could have drastic implications. No. Economics, dude. Sorry, Reuters. Didn't mean to care about the Earth for a second. Okay, let's go a little further east to Japan. As 18 hours ago, they were struck by a powerful 7.1 magnitude earthquake right off of their southern island. I forget what this one's called. Whatever. Let's go here. Good God. Thankfully, Japan has some pretty good engineering, especially when it comes to earthquake preparedness, and all those buildings seem to have done pretty damn good, considering that was a 7.1 magnitude earthquake. A tsunami advisory was issued. However, I don't believe one actually materialized. At least not one that was seen by anyone else in the area. May very well have gone in somewhere, but no one else reported a wave, from my understanding. Let's go to this last climate topic. A extremely concerning piece here to end this one with. Let's go all the way to the Great Barrier Reef outside of Australia. Climate change. 400-year record heat threat to Great Barrier Reef. This is BBC News from a day ago.
So hot right now.
Let's turn to Australia now, where water temperature extremes around the Great Barrier Reef are the warmest for 400 years. Over the last decade, it's resulted in more mass bleaching events of the coral. Scientists in Australia who have examined the skeletons of coral and historic data say the evidence is clear that the reef is in danger and governments have to act now against climate change. Victoria Gill reports.
A vast natural wonder. The Great Barrier Reef is a colourful, living underwater ecosystem, but climate change is transforming it. It's caused 5 mass coral bleaching events here in just the last 9 years. And in a report in the journal Nature, scientists have shown that rising temperatures now threaten the survival of the reef.
What is it like to see a healthy reef bleached?
It's very white. Quickly, algae forms on top of the corals, which turns them a kind of brown colour. It's not a pretty sight.
The scientists examined long coral cores, samples drilled out of the bodies of centuries-old coral. These contain chemical clues that reveal how warm the water was during the life of the reef. Combining this with historical sea temperature records showed that in just the last decade, temperatures around the Great Barrier Reef were the warmest of the past 400 years.
The high sea surface temperatures are extreme in this context of the last 4 centuries, and we're very confident in the reconstruction that we've performed. It's been exhaustively tested, and unfortunately it shows this terrible news for the reef.
Bleached, heat-stressed coral can recover, but if the current rate of global warming continues and the high temperatures don't relent, it won't have chance to.
Well, the science tells us that the Great Barrier Reef is in danger. We have the answers to this already. We have targets, we have agreements internationally. I think we need to put the politics aside and get on with it.
No kidding.
Even if international targets to limit global warming are met, many of the corals here are likely to be lost. But if action is taken now on climate change, scientists say that parts of this natural wonder can still be saved. Victoria Gill, BBC News.
Let's speak to Mark Eakin now, who is the corresponding secretary at the International Coral Reef Society. Mark, thank you very much for your time today. We've covered the crisis on the coral reefs a lot here on BBC News. This is further evidence of the impact of the climate crisis on the corals. Why is it so important that we focus on the coral reef? What does it tell us about what's happening on a broader level?
Well, at this point, the study that you're referencing that was just reported on looked back over the last 400 years and with great accuracy is providing information about what was actually happening on the reef during that time period. And it agrees with what we've been seeing in other global records, that climate change has been increasing temperatures around the world. We've recently seen the warmest year on record. It's going to be devastating to many ecosystems, especially those around coral reefs.
So what is being done to try to stabilize the situation? Bring us up to date on that.
Well, there are a couple of things. One is the discussion that's going on in UNESCO in terms of protecting the Great Barrier Reef to a greater degree. It's a World Heritage Site, but it's amazing at this point that they haven't yet determined that it's a World Heritage Site at risk, because the evidence is definitely showing the high risk on the Great Barrier Reef. But what really needs to be going on is the action by governments, individuals, and large international bodies to be moving us off of fossil fuels as quickly as possible. We need to quit putting carbon dioxide, methane, and other heat-trapping gases into the atmosphere.
So more urgency needed, you say. I'm sure lots of campaigners would agree with that message. I wonder, is there any sign of growth on the coral reef? We're hearing about coral that's dying off, but is there any growth happening?
There's some recovery that goes on. The problem that happens in these massive bleaching events like we've been seeing in recent years is all of the corals die off in an area, or most of the corals in an area will die off, and then the fast-growing corals come back. So you hear, oh, it's looking great because we've got all these corals that have grown back in place, but those are just the fast-growing weedy corals. The 500-year-old corals, like the ones that were used in this study, 400-year-old corals, those take 400 years to grow. You can't grow.
Wait, it takes 400-year-old corals 400 years to grow. That's confusing.
It's science.
So yeah, the damage that we're doing to things that are hundreds of years old will take hundreds of years to fix themselves. Will some corals come back faster than others? Yeah. Just like you were saying. But it's not going to be fixed overnight. It's going to take time. And it's going to take some serious effort on our part to even get that idea started. The prospect. It's completely on us. Slow growth. Yeah, some corals take longer to grow. Some have different sort of lifespans and stuff like that. And they were taking samples from those corals that were hundreds of years old. Like trees, they can be dated, not using rings, or I think they might actually be rings. It's some sort of. It's complicated. I am not a marine biologist. But I do know we need those corals real bad. I do know that. And like he said, we need to get off of fossil fuels to stop them from all going away. Bleached coral is depressing to look at, I agree. I wish we didn't have to do it. It would be super cool. Maybe one day. Maybe one day when I'm 10,150 years old. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Now, I know everybody likes to hit that like button because it helps us get our emotional support characters on, but we still need to get this channel up to 500 subscribers, and I know for a fact, thanks to YouTube, that at least half of you are on many occasions watching the stream, could be you right now, are not subscribed to this channel, which you should clearly be. So do it. What's stopping you exactly? You're watching the show, you're not subscribed, which means that you don't always know when it goes live. How can you possibly go through life like this? I don't understand. I'm very confused. Anyways, if you've done both those things, thank you, and really appreciate that. But if somehow you're thinking to yourself, man, I would sure love to help support the Galactic News Network in a different way, well, here's an idea. You can become a Galactic Patreon subscriber. For just a few dollars a month. Not only will that money go to help keeping the Galactic News Network in business, it will also help you achieve another level in galacticness. Anyway, chat, link is there in front of you and also on my bio on YouTube. Last galactic intermission. So, make it worth it. Okay. I'm back. Well, it's time. Time for the final half of the show. Let's get back to those seats, Space Fams. It'll be time for us to go. Haha. I did a rhyme. Okay. Why is Soul Life so upset? I'm very upset right now, Soul Life. You take it down a notch there, pal. Alright, global news. First though, space news. And things have changed slightly here. Something we've been talking about for a while, literally a month now. I think over a month. That being the Boeing NASA Starliner trip to the ISS, which has taken a real turn for the worst. Which I'm pretty sure everybody here is aware of. We've been talking about it practically every week since it happened. However, the narrative has changed slightly. For weeks, media and NASA, Boeing have all been saying everything's fine, and they're definitely not stranded. So get that out of your mind. However, here's CBS Evening News from a day ago. NASA says internal disagreements over how to handle stranded Boeing Starliner. What? So they are stranded. See, I've been saying it the whole goddamn time. Alright, let's get into it. This whole time I thought they weren't stranded. Now they are. Why must you lie to me, CBS?
NASA says there's internal disagreement over how to bring home 2 astronauts from the International Space Station. The question, is Boeing's Starliner spacecraft up to the job? As CBS's Mark Strassman reports, NASA may have to use Boeing's competitor SpaceX to bring the astronauts home next February.
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams were supposed to spend 8 days in space. NASA now says they could spend 8 months.
Our chances of an uncrewed Starliner return have increased a little bit based on where things have gone over the last week or two.
Starliner has 2 unresolved issues.
An uncrewed Starliner return. Meaning they're just gonna eject it and shoot it back at Earth. Unmanned. So yeah, weird. 8 days to 8 months. That's a big increase, a 30 times increase.
Our chances of an uncrewed Starliner return have increased a little bit based on where things have gone over the last week or two.
Starliner has 2 unresolved issues, helium leaks and worries about small maneuvering engines that failed on the flight to the International Space Station. NASA's key concern, how that propulsion system will perform during critical phases of flight like undocking and the braking burn on the return to Earth. The small engines need to fire hundreds of times to keep the spacecraft in the precise orientation. Boeing is confident, but within NASA there's disagreement.
They're worried that...
Weird way to put it. Confident, you say. Well, they're... If they are so confident, then why is it that these 2 astronauts have been stuck for over a month now.
We don't know for sure, so they estimate the risk higher, and they would recommend that we avoid coming home because we have another option.
That option? The next SpaceX mission to the ISS could launch with a crew of 2 instead of 4, leaving 2 empty seats for Wilmore and Williams to return next February. We asked NASA astronaut Nick Hague about the possibility.
God damn. Okay.
Giving up his seat.
Ultimately, those are my colleagues up there, and there's nothing I want to see more than for them to come home safely.
Even if it means that your next trip to space gets delayed.
Absolutely.
What a guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
So yeah. I feel like we were talking about this launch in this February. And now they had to cancel this launch multiple times. If I recall correctly, I had some misgivings about this whole thing, considering how bad Boeing was doing on Earth, let alone in space. But nobody heeded my warnings and concerns. And here we are. Now those 2 are stuck. Stuck up there for potentially 8 months. Well, 6 months now, because they've been up there for practically 2. Let us go on. Yeah, okay. Enough space news, let's go to earthly news. I think we'll start in the United Kingdom. Here's Navarra Media from a day ago. Jenrick. Arrest anyone shouting Allah Akbar.
Illegal.
So yeah, this is going to be about the UK riots. We are getting into it now.
Britain is subject to 2-tier policing. That's the allegation currently obsessing Britain's right-wingers. The suggestion is that police come down hard on far-right protesters but are too soft on left-wingers or people from ethnic minorities. And that's a line that's been pushed on the likes of GB News and the Murdoch-owned Talk TV. They treat white working-class rioters differently to ethnic rioters, yelled Kevin O'Sullivan on Talk TV on Tuesday. Ethnic rioters, a very questionable phrase.
That's a fun phrase.
A few hours later, Talk TV uploaded a video titled, "Accusations of 2-tier policing will continue." Now, I always think that writing in the third person is just this really lazy way of doing journalism, right? It means you can make a claim without having to actually justify it, right? Oh, some people might say there's 2-tier policing. I don't have to justify it because I'm just telling you what other people are saying. And it does seem like the 2-tier policing claim is hard to back up. For a start, the police haven't seemed overwhelmingly effective at clamping down on the far right, which is why the rioters have been able to terrorize people for over a week. Secondly, it's difficult to make any comparison as to how disorder is being policed when no one on the left has hurled missiles at places of worship or attempted to burn down hotels full of people, right? If the policing looks different at one demonstration and another, maybe it's because one of them is burning down hotels and throwing bricks at mosques. Anyway, the right-wing meme continues, this 2-tier policing idea, and it's had some high-profile support, including from Tory leadership candidate Robert Jenrick.
So let's talk about policing, because you yourself have tweeted about 2-tier policing. As far as I could see, most recently on the 10th of March, does that phrase, 2-tier policing, have any application in the last 8 or 9 days?
Well, I have been very critical of the police in the past, particularly around the attitude of some police forces to the protests that we saw since October the 7th. I thought it was quite wrong that somebody could shout Allah Akbar on the streets of London and not be immediately arrested, or project genocidal chants onto Big Ben and that person not be immediately arrested. That attitude is wrong, and I'll always call out the police for it.
First off, I don't know who was shouting genocidal chants underneath Big Ben, although I do know a place that's pretty close to Big Ben, that being Parliament, where they funded genocidal war. Remember that? Remember that?
I think at the moment, the police are doing their very best. You know, we should thank our brave police officers. We should support their efforts. They need now to be arresting the rioters. I want those individuals who've committed these serious crimes to be sent to jail for the longest possible term. I don't think at this moment politicians should be doing anything to make the lives and jobs of our police officers any more difficult than they already are.
So disingenuous, right? He tries to end it by saying, look, he's a candidate for Tory leader, by the way. So he's sort of saying, I'm a prime ministerial person. I'm a serious politician. Obviously, there are riots going on, so we should let the police get on with their job. These rioters need to be dealt with seriously. And in the first half of his answer, saying stuff which is so inflammatory in a way which is going to stoke the far right and which also puts the police in an incredibly sort of difficult situation, right? The idea that saying Allahu Akbar should get you immediately arrested is so racist. Illegal. Right? It is. Allahu Akbar means God is the greatest.
No.
Right? This is like saying anyone on a street corner who says Hallelujah should be immediately arrested, right?
Jeez. I wonder if they're going to be starting that. No more hallelujahs, everybody. That's going to be illegal.
1 billion people pray every day and say Allahu Akbar, right? The idea that should get you arrested is so racist. And I think Robert Jenrick knows that, right? He knows that police are not going to be able to arrest someone for saying Allahu Akbar, right? That would be against every human rights law we have. And if you're saying the police should do this, I'm a politician, and then sort of rioters or the far right say, well, they're saying this and the police aren't arresting them, what's that an encouragement to do?
Yeah, no kidding. It's suggesting that you must stop the crimes at all cost. You must become a douchebag vigilante in the streets and attack mosques at all costs. And the fact is, most people, I feel like a lot of British people probably don't know what Allah Akbar means. And they hear a MP who is currently in contention for leadership in Tory. They hear this and they hear someone being serious. They think this guy is being, he must know. He's a parliamentarian. Why wouldn't he know? Wait a second. Whoops. Here's Robert Jenrick on his Zitter feed. Allahu Akbar is spoken peacefully and spiritually by millions of British Muslims in their daily lives. But the aggressive chanting below is intimidatory and threatening, and it's an offense under Section 4 and 5 of the Public Order Act. Extremists routinely abuse common expressions for their own shameful ends. All violence must end. All violence must be called out. Okay. So it appears that he has, in fact, figured out that he was wrong, but rather than going on TV, he would use a defunct platform to let us know that he was wrong. Appreciate it, Mr. Jenrick. Very helpful. Very helpful to the discourse. That you are, sir. You know what? I just realized recently, since So Life is asking Nightbot questions about Elon Musk and X, I realized that currently Elon Musk is ex-CEO, right? Ex-CEO Elon Musk, right? He's the CEO of the company X. But if he got fired somehow, I mean, granted, it's a private company, so I don't think it'd be possible I'm trying to think. Could he be fired? Let's just hypothetically say he got fired from X down the line. That would make him ex-CEO. Get it? Alright, that's enough. That's enough shenanigans. We will actually be talking about Elon Musk in just a moment. First, though, let's go to this. This is Reuters from a day ago, where London shop owners were boarding up windows in anticipation of even more unrest. As Northeast London braces for possible anti-Muslim and anti-migrant riots, shops board up their windows.
It makes me feel sad. That's how it makes me feel. I have a daughter, she's mixed race. So obviously, you know, it's difficult for her as well. I think it's horrible and it's sad.
I don't care.
It's a great day for being sad.
The fight, I don't care about the people. Just don't touch my shop, nothing else.
Oh, thanks for that, pal. I'm so glad. I'm so glad Associated. I mean, I'm so glad Reuters decided to keep that in there. This douchebag shop owner saying, "I don't give a fuck about people, just my shop."
I want my environment to be safe. I want my children to be safe, grandchildren to be safe, etc. So as long as it's peaceful, there's no issues, there's no problems.
Aside from the Islamophobia, of course. There is an issue with that. It would be better if it was peaceful, though. Not gonna lie. I know it sounds pedantic, but I will take peaceful Islamophobia over violent Islamophobia. I know you're like thinking, wow, that's really splitting hairs, and yeah, you're right. I am doing it. Certainly not a fan of either, but if I have to choose, I will go with peace over violence. Especially when it's mob violence on groups of innocent people. Now, chat already got ahead of us with this one, but it is now time for us to talk about a little individual by the name of Elon Musk, who on his own platform said that civil war is inevitable, quote unquote, in the UK specifically. Let's go to this.
Well, next to the United Kingdom, where far-right rhetoric has fueled the flame of racial hatred, triggering riots across the country. Mosques have been attacked, hotels housing asylum seekers damaged and broken into, and police have been targeted with petrol bombs. The source of it all is a tragic stabbing that saw 3 young girls killed last month. As the community was still grieving, misinformation began to spread on social media, claiming that the suspect was a Muslim refugee. The suspect currently is in custody, was born in Wales to Rwandan parents. Well, with this all playing out on Britain's streets, how can people feel safe again? Joining me on this is comedian and broadcaster Nish Kumar and journalist Coco Khan. They both host the podcast Pod Save the UK. Nish and Coco, thank you so much for joining the program. Sadly, this is a story that hasn't gotten as much media attention here in the United States, if for no other reason than we're in the midst of the presidential election season and obviously a lot of other international coverage. So set the scene for us, Nish, if you can, just the impact that this has had on the country there, and particularly with minority communities over the past few days.
I think it's been a terrifying week for minority communities. I think, you know, the WhatsApp groups are filled with very concerned people. These are not, you know, there's this phrase that keeps getting stewed around about people's legitimate concerns about immigration. And I mean, these are not legitimate concerns. These are people on the streets explicitly chanting racist slogans.
Yeah.
Some of them are
Exactly.
visibly showing, Hitler salutes. They have visible Nazi tattoos. None of this is legitimate concerns. But the only thing that I would say about this is that most of the minority communities I know are not surprised. This has been brewing for a number of years now, and I think it's very important to state that this has not come out of nowhere. There's been a real push to kind of portray this as an act that nobody could possibly have seen coming. But in reality, the normalization of far-right rhetoric has been happening steadily over the past decade and a half.
Absolutely. I mean, the Brexit referendum was sort of bred out of a sort of something of a anti-immigrant sentiment.
A lot of it coalesced around the Brexit vote in 2016, and there has been a kind of casual use of anti-immigrant rhetoric by not just far-right politicians, but mainstream conservative politicians.
This footage that they're playing while he's talking is pretty upsetting, not gonna lie.
By not just far-right politicians, but mainstream conservative politicians. Some mainstream politicians from the Labour Party, which is our centre-left party. And there have been huge volumes of anti-immigrant sentiment churned out by mainstream conservative media outlets. There are op-ed pieces that have just been filled with bile about immigrants to try and shift the blame for the difficult economic circumstances we've endured for the last decade in this country on immigrant communities and refugees. So I would say, certainly amongst the people that I am speaking to, the mood is profound concern, extreme disquiet, but not surprise.
Coco, would you agree? Are you not surprised, sadly, by what we've seen?
Okay, that's good enough from that one. Still got a few more videos here to discuss this subject. I like Nish Kumar, though. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with him. I think he's sort of niche. I'm just kidding. That was stupid. That was stupid. Everybody forget that joke. Cut that. Cut that. Cut that. But he is... I find him funny. I thought that his... what do you call it? He was great on Taskmaster. Yeah, his appearance on Taskmaster was great. Oh God, the way the second that you said that, all I could see was Nish throwing that. Didn't he like just throw that watermelon like on the like? Like never mind. Forget it. Let's go on. Let's go on. Watch that. Watch that. Oh, we didn't even. I just realized we didn't even get into the Elon Musk thing. Really? Let's go here. Totally forgot. Where does he start talking about Elon Musk? Oh, it's like right around here.
On a platform of being strong on law and order. He is a former prosecutor, and that's a big part of the record that he ran on for Prime Minister. He has now come out and made a sort of unequivocal statement condemning what he called the kind of thuggery, the far-right thuggery of a lot of these groups. And he's also warned that there'll be consequences, not just for the people participating in the riots, but for the people whipping up violence online. The challenge that presents is the challenge that is presented to so many governments around the world, which is how do you regulate these unaccountable tech platforms? You know, the website formerly known as Twitter is owned by Elon Musk, who not only has continued to platform hard right figures that under its previous ownership Twitter actually suspended, but has himself been stoking the fires that are burning across my country at the moment, making comments on the inevitability of a civil war. I think that there are meetings of our kind of Security Council we call Cobra, and there are ideas that the police are going to be deployed across the country because there are more riots being planned supposedly to happen.
You know, that's the thing. You know, with people like Elon Musk, as many followers as he has, social media has made it so that he can just be as irresponsible as he wants and have zero repercussions for it. I mean, I would love to see him face repercussions for some of the things that he says, but it's not even a publicly owned company. He just owns it. Him and the Prince bin Salman of Saudi Arabia? Who was it that gave him money? I can't even remember. There's somebody in Saudi Arabia. But can he be held accountable for things done on a private platform? That's the question. You're legit unsubscribing until the censorship is fixed? What censorship is fixed? What are you even talking about, Soleil? What are you being censored for? I don't even see the comments that you're trying to make. I can't even undo, like, at least on Twitch, when somebody posts a phrase in chat, the Twitch thinks it's questionable, it asks me. But YouTube just says, fuck it. That is not my fault. Because it's censored? What are you talking about? You're making no sense. I feel like you're just yelling. You're just yelling unnecessarily. You should just calm down and think through this logically. And while we're thinking, let's watch this from CBC News. From around the same time, where UK ministers condemned Elon Musk's X comments on the riots. If you just, I don't know, DM'd me in Discord the message that you were trying to send so I know what you're even talking about, it might help. I'm currently at a loss for what's happening. I mean, it's obviously up to you if you want to unsubscribe to the channel. Doesn't, you know, doesn't, what's the word? My brain just broke. Doesn't fall under my purview, you know? Your decisions are yours alone.
Violent anti-immigration riots continue in the UK. The protests first broke 7 days ago after anti-immigration misinformation campaign stoked outrage over a stabbing attack that left 3 children dead in northern England. Nearly 400 people have been arrested since the riots began, and dozens more protests are expected today. Journalist Anna Cunningham has the latest from London.
Last night, we saw one of the cities that experienced unrest again, Belfast in Northern Ireland. Also, Plymouth, which is on the southwest coast of England, and further up north in the northeast of England, Darlington. Now, Marianne, these are all following a very similar pattern. Over the past 7 days, what we've seen is groups of anti-immigration protesters. They're demonstrating under the banner, "Enough is enough." There are then counter-demonstrations from people calling out racism. And in the midst of this is, of course, the police trying to keep them apart and trying to stop the violence. But last night it did get quite serious in Belfast. We saw petrol bombs thrown at police, also pieces of masonry and bricks. And we do know that people have been injured, and that includes police officers. Now, interestingly, Marianne, there is a former chief of the UK's counter-terrorism police has been saying that he believes what we're now witnessing in certain places has stepped beyond just violence. In fact, he said it's gone into the realms of terrorism. That's not something that's been agreed on by the British government, though. But take a look at this map and you will see all the spots where there has been unrest across the country. To date, 21 locations in towns and cities. Marianne, we know there are 4,000 riot-trained police officers now deployed, and we have just heard that an extra 2,200 additional specialist riot police officers are now going to be joining them. Marianne.
Meanwhile, Anna, we know that ex-CEO Elon Musk, he's been weighing in on what's going on. What exactly did he say, and what are now the reactions to his comments?
Yeah, well, look, this is raising quite a few eyebrows here because Elon Musk has been using his own platform, X, to pass comment about the unrest in the UK. I'll just quote you what he said. Civil war is inevitable. That was the quote he used in response to a video reportedly showing people throwing fireworks at police. Now, Prime Minister Starmer's office has said that there is absolutely no justification for these comments. And in fact, they've called on social media companies to do more to stop the spread of disinformation. Take a listen also to the Courts Minister, Heidi Alexander. She's been commenting on this. This is what she said to LBC.
Those comments were totally unjustifiable. We have got police officers being seriously injured on our streets. People are looting buildings, they're setting buildings alight. And for someone who has a big platform, a large following, to be exercising that power in such an irresponsible way, I think is actually pretty unconscionable.
Now, Marianne, Elon Musk has continued to pass comment on the unrest seen in the UK, most recently questioning whether this was Britain or the Soviet Union in response to an unsourced video that appears to show someone being arrested for allegedly making insightful comments on social media. There is a great concern about the role that social media has played in this unrest. We know that a week ago, after the stabbings in Southport, where 3 young girls were killed, that a false name was put out there, a false identity for the suspect. We now know that the 17-year-old charged was in fact born in Cardiff.
Yup, and we've been talking about how information that people have been going on this whole time was completely fake, but it happened to get pushed out by a large number of people, and the group of people who were pushing this out happened to have very large followings in Britain. People like Andrew Tate and Nigel Farage, who went on LBC earlier and said that he had nothing to do with it. Here's Navarro Media with the take.
Nigel Farage has defended himself over allegations that he helped cause the riots by spreading disinformation. He's saying it's all the fault of Andrew Tate. Indeed, Farage has also said that he is the victim of incitement to violence, of course. Let's take a look.
At no point in the last week or in the previous 30 years have I ever encouraged the use of violence. Have I ever encouraged the use of anti-democratic means? And yet, you know, you get the internet and people saying things on the internet. We have senior Labour politicians like Andy MacDonald saying, I wanted the riots to happen. Mm-hmm. We have former Conservative MPs like Anna Soubry saying that I orchestrated the riots. We have LBC presenters like James O'Brien calling them the Farage riots. I have had nothing to do with any form of street violence now or at any point in my career.
But
and
people
this
aren't
level,
just being arrested.
and this level of incitement to violence against me, which is utterly baseless, has led to a huge increase in my security uptick.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that you have been...
No. You as a broadcaster too have that responsibility. LBC as a broadcaster.
Oh, it's the broadcaster's fault. Not Nige. Couldn't be Nige.
Led to a huge increase in my security uptick.
Well, I'm sorry to hear.
Oh, God.
No. You as a broadcaster
it's just
too
so
have that
hard to
responsibility.
hear.
LBC as a broadcaster have that responsibility. You're split.
Nigel now has to have more security. And it's everybody's fault. Nothing he's done has caused any of that. How could he? He's just an elected minister of parliament. How could he possibly have an effect on anything? It's everybody else's fault.
Hairs.
I'm not splitting hairs, Nigel.
You are splitting hairs.
I'm keeping you to the words that you use.
I am telling you that in this country there is a widespread perception of two-tier policing.
But you're also in a position to give them the reality, Nigel.
Yes,
and the reality might be very different from their perception.
No,
you agree?
I personally believe that we police different communities according to their racial backgrounds in different ways, and I want it to end.
There's been race riots and pogroms, but don't worry! The real victim is Nigel Farage. Farage proceeded to talk about perhaps the most famous son of Luton, Andrew Tate.
In the immediate aftermath of the Southport stabbings, that engaged in conspiracy theories about who did this and about whether the police were telling the truth. You said, and I'm quoting here, some reports suggest he, the man charged, was known to the security services. Which reports?
Did he?
This is the problem, isn't it? One of the reasons the Southport riots were as bad as they were is we weren't told the truth. There were...
Wait, you're the one telling people stuff. Look at your name. It has a little MP after it. That means you're an elected politician in office. And you're spouting off on whatever it was, Troth Central? No, Zitter. Telling everybody that there were reports saying this thing that has caused all of this fucking violence. You're telling us this the problem is we don't get the truth. That's the problem. Okay.
Stories online from some very prominent folks with big followings, Andrew Tate, etc., suggesting
Farage.
the man had crossed the English Channel in a boat in October 2023. Other suggestions that he was an active Muslim. And much of this led to the riots that we saw.
But you amplified that because you said...
Yeah, Nige, you amplified that. And, you know, as an MP, it would seem to be your responsibility not to amplify fake news.
Some reports suggest...
I asked a very simple question. Was this person known or not? Now,
to the security services.
Absolutely.
And that's a perfectly legitimate question, which was raised by Yvette Cooper. But, Nigel Farage, you didn't just do that, did you? You said some reports suggest he was known to the security services. Those reports were from a fake news website, amplified by Russian state TV, and, as you mentioned, Andrew Tate. Which ones were you looking at?
Which adds to what I was asking for. Give us some clarity. Had we had... I mean, remember, the London Bridge attacker, we knew within an hour that this person was known to the security services. Whenever in Northern Ireland there was a terrorist...
This guy just doesn't realize yet, I think, that he has a responsibility himself as an elected official of British government to make sure that he's not spreading fake news. You know, he's got the resources now. You can check with somebody. You know, he's got like a secretary, probably other people like that. Maybe get them to do a little bit of research on this stuff before you go spouting off on the internet about shit. Because it has more weight than what other people say. Because you're an elected official, you dumb fuck. I feel like that's enough of Nige. We're going to move on. We're moving on from Nige. Let's finish it with... Actually, no, we have two. Let's just look at some of the peaceful demonstrations that happened in London and in some other areas in the UK. These were peaceful demonstrations, counter demonstrations to these anti-Muslim, anti-migrant riots happening here. Oh, hello to you, Morbius Dragon. I see you. Here's footage from The Guardian. Now, this footage makes it look like there's not a lot of people starting off here. But you're about to see that there was actually a ton of people out. So let's go to this next one. No sound. I know, it's very offensive. There's sound in this one, don't worry.
We heard there was going to be some fascists around here, but I can't see any so far. It's really heartening to see everybody come out like this.
I'm here because I want to be a part of what is a physical manifestation of anti-fascism, which is to say that fascists aren't welcome on our streets, in our communities across London. And I think that's really important. I think it's not enough to just put out slogans. We've got to physically show them that they can't come to these streets.
As a teacher that works with so many wonderful young people, that movement of angst and anger that is representing some young people is not the majority of young people. So I feel like I'm here for them.
I heard what was happening and I just couldn't believe it. So I just thought, you know what, to come out, to show what Walthamstow is about. Walthamstow is a very welcoming place, a place full of love, multicultural. You look around, there's all sorts of colours, different ages, different backgrounds, different languages, different religions, and we're welcoming to everyone. We don't hold hate in our hearts to anyone, and everyone's welcome. It's a very united community.
I remember my stepdad from Jamaica come here on the boat in the 40s. These arrogant people need to realise they're chatting rubbish. It was the Jamaicans, Africans, Indians that stood up, fought in World War II for this country. Also, England begged them to come and help build up this country.
I'm from Waltham Forest of Free Palestine, and obviously, I'm born and raised in Waltham Forest, but in particular, thinking about international solidarity and how fascism is imperialism brought inwards. So I know us and our group of people have been on the streets, not just for our local migrants and our local Muslim community, but also thinking about the people in Gaza at the moment who are also on the streets fighting for autonomy and safety.
And what do you think of everything that's been going on in recent weeks? How does this make you feel? Does it surprise you? Does it not surprise you?
Well, it makes me very sad, actually. That fascism, that the same thing with the MAGA movement in America, that idea that you can blame a particular group for the deep troubles that exist through ignorance and a lack of education, a lack of funding, and the way communities have been separated. It does make me very sad, and it makes me pity.
Yeah, and the fact is that the anger that these young men, seemingly mostly young men, are not all. We definitely have seen some women in the riots, but seemingly is just misdirected, right? I feel like that's often where a lot of this stuff comes from. It's from lack of education, not knowing where to direct their anger, because the system is failing them. And so somebody like a Nigel Farage tells them, hey, it's the immigrants. It's all the fucking immigrants coming from the EU who aren't British. And they're like, oh, that sounds right. And it's, it's weaponized sort of dissent that has no direction oftentimes. Now, of course, there's plenty of people who are just virulently racist and may have nothing to do with that, but my point is I feel like you get somebody who's struggling, it's a lot easier to convince them of some bullshit like this. And this protest, there's like tons of footage of this, and there's tons of people out here. You can see just how many people out. It's pretty great. Maybe we'll catch a little bit more of this.
What would they make of this? I feel like they've stolen mourning from those peoples and that community, and they've pushed it to one side, and it's just disgusting. It's disgraceful.
To say it bluntly, these people are like Nazis. They're targeting anyone they perceive as vulnerable.
and they're cowards. They travel in packs and they target individuals. And as soon as they saw a sizable number of people here, they decided they weren't interested. They're cowards.
And then what do you think that, you know, on that list of places that were being targeted by the far right, they put Walthamstow of all places?
I mean, they obviously don't know the area very well. And they should, because they've tried it before many years ago, right? They've tried to come here before to make a stand, and it didn't work then. It's not going to work now.
Waltham Forest is a proud tradition of anti-fascism dating back to 2012. The EDL showed up here last time and were sent back into the station. They've come here again. Well, they haven't even attempted to come. I think they've seen how many people have showed up, and they've not bothered to show up at all.
We're really not sure why they decided to choose Walthamstow. There's such a strong anti-fascist history of organising within East London. Waltham Forest has the third largest Muslim community out of all the boroughs in London, and we're very, very proud to be a haven and a sanctuary for refugees and asylum seekers.
I think they've been egged on by the politicians of both major political parties. This hasn't just started with Nigel Farage or Tommy Robertson. Keir Starmer talking about sending people back to Bangladesh. We all know about Suella Braverman and what she's like. Sarah Champion, I think, wrote an article claiming that Pakistanis were raping English women. This kind of rhetoric being spread by Tory and Labour MPs alike has created this climate.
Of course, this...
Jeez. Thankfully, there's people out here who want to show solidarity, who want to show, as they put it, fascists, racists, that there's no place for that in British society, and I applaud them for doing so. Here is the Guardian News from yesterday, showing police guiding 3 far-right demonstrators out of a crowd of counter-protesters in Brighton. You can do that without N95. Bad, I left. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. You're talking about the guy who was wearing a mask in public? Maybe he's immunocompromised. What do you know? What do you know? So, yeah, we just got done watching police guiding 3 far-right demonstrators out of a crowd safely. Let's look at this from Channel 4 News from 10 hours ago. Regarding this supposed 2-tier justice system.
For Denai Thomas, it has been a challenging year.
Sorry.
In the first TV interview of these old friends, the wounds of their ordeal still feels brand new.
Yeah, you're going back through the trauma, do you know what I mean? It's hard. Yeah.
Last September, Denai, Davina and Selma's night of fun at the bingo ended in despair and dispute with a white female passenger on their train home. The incident happened on the Northern Line at King's Cross, where it escalated.
Before we know it, we were subjected to a very vile, racist, verbal abuse, which consisted of racial profanities, monkey chants being made at us, and subjected to being called slaves.
There was then a physical altercation. Selma's arm was bitten. In the melee that erupted, hair was grabbed.
I heard her scream, "She's biting me." And I couldn't even see her. There was so many people on the train and I couldn't see her. And I could just hear her screaming in pain. It was awful.
It then emerged an off-duty officer had been present the entire time. But the women say only intervened once things got physical. When the British Transport Police arrived, their abuser cried and appeared to win the sympathy of officers. In a heated exchange with police, Danae Thomas told a male officer that when white women are racist, they play the victim. And as the officer was white, she did not trust his intervention. The policeman suggested her remarks were racist against him. Danae was later charged for racially aggravated harassment against the officer, whilst her abuser was given a caution.
My attacker.
Wow, two-tiered justice system. Does seem two-tiered. But not in the way that all these right-wing assholes seem to be suggesting. A undercover officer sat there and watched a white woman hurl racial epithets and other sorts of horrific comments at these women, and only after she physically attacked them did anything, then charged a woman for saying that for harassment of an officer because she said that maybe racial bias was perhaps at play here. I mean, wow. Yeah, talk about two-tiered justice. It seems like it's the opposite of what a lot of these fucking idiots have been saying. Okay, leaving the UK. That's it. Sorry, UK viewers, it's time to go to Paris. That's right, the city of love, where the Olympics are happening. Of course, you already know that. But you might not know this. The US still winning, #1.
Here's a look at the final medal count for today. The United States has cracked the century mark. 8 new medals today, 3 of them gold. The Americans also extend their lead in golds with 30.
Boom.
King 5's medal count is sponsored by T-Mobile.
Alright. Obviously I'm being very unserious right now. Alright, let's talk about some actual serious Olympic shit. Because there's a bunch of problems with the Olympics and what's been going on here. Multiple levels. We're going to talk about at least one of those levels right now. Let's go here to Reuters from a day ago, where they did an interview with an athlete who is very upset about the Olympics hijab ban. Which is technically not just an Olympics hijab ban, it's a French hijab ban, which is affecting people at the Olympics.
Illegal.
This Olympian called the ban on French athletes wearing the hijab. What did she say?
It was upsetting.
What did that say? Upsetting, yeah.
It was upsetting because the whole world now speaks about freedom of choice, and they ask everyone to express themselves and everything. So when I saw this, I felt that why specifically this happens with hijab. It was very upsetting, to be honest.
Human Rights Watch says the law discriminates against Muslim athletes.
But first of all, it's a violation of the Olympic Charter, and we are here at the Olympics, and so you shouldn't be violating the Olympic Charter as the host nation. It's also a violation of the fundamental right to freedom of religion. Athletes shouldn't have to choose between their religion and the sport that they love and excel at. And then finally, it's a violation of women's rights because these are women who are being discriminated against and excluded from sport.
I'm proud because I'm showing that hijab is not a barrier. You can practice sport while wearing hijab. You can be Olympic athlete while wearing hijab, and you can look good. You still take care of yourself, of how you look, of how you tie your hijab. So
yeah, this woman is being repressed. I would point this out. There are absolutely no bans on people wearing crosses at the Olympics. That's going to be fine. No big deal. If you're a Christian, you can show your love for Jesus by wearing a little gold cross on your neck.
Jesus, I say that.
No, Rosa. Making a point. So yeah. There won't be any problems for Jewish athletes. They could wear a kippah or a Star of David if they like. They won't be stopped. Israeli athletes will not be kept from competing, even though their country is committing a genocide right now. But can't let people wear hijabs. Let's talk about these athletes who are getting to participate in the games. This is Associated Press from... Oh my god, are we at 5 hours? We're going to have to end this stream in a little bit. Jesus Christ, we're going to have to end this. Oh god. I had too many videos. I tried really hard, chat, but it just moved too slow today. At some point, we're just going to have to cut it off. Let's go here. Associated Press, 21 hours to go. For Palestinian runner, chasing gold comes second to raising the flag at the Olympics.
مشاركتنا في هاي الأولمبياد هو إنجاز يعني حتى لو ما حققنا أي شيء في النهاية إحنا وجودنا في الأرض اللي الرفضة بتعترف فينا كثير مهم وإنه إحنا رفعنا علمنا يوم الأوبننج سيرموني كانت الأمور تفوق الخيال يعني إحنا نشوف على الجدران فلسطين علام فلسطين من فوق لما حكوا فلسطين اهتزت كل الأرض مش بس يعني مش بس يعني أنا كان فيني شعور أنا لا يوصف يوم لما تدخل فلسطين خلص الامور عندك بتحس انه لا ما في قابليه للتمرين او لانه اول شيء ما في عندنا تراك نتمرن عليه يعني انا السبايك ما بلبسه غير في السباق هذا شيء كثير صعب علي انه اتمرن بفلسطين في ظل الحرب يعني في بعض الامور في مناطق كثير صعبه اروح اتمرن فيه.
No kidding. I mean, can you imagine trying to practice to go to the Olympics during all of this in West Bank? Come on. Just crazy. Every religion has funny hats. It's so true. They really do. Oh god, we might have to save the rest of the global news for later. UK riots and the Olympics took so much. 5 hours. Is there anything we need to talk about right now? I mean, stuff has happened, but... Oh boy. Fact is, it's late as shit. Yes, the other videos. We have more videos than we have time for at this time. Way more videos than we have time for. Oh, fucking, I am tired. I think we may have to save some of this for later. Definitely gonna have to save some of this for later. Hit one or two more here. Let's go to this. Russia says Ukrainian troops have crossed border and launched a massive attack in the Kursk region.
More breaking news for you. We told you about last hour, and more on it now. Russia's defense ministry claiming that Ukraine launched a massive attack in the Kursk region of Russia. That's an area largely unaffected by the 2.5-year war. The defense ministry says that several hundred Ukrainian troops attacked by land and air with tanks and armoured vehicles hitting Russian positions. Ukrainian officials so far not commenting on the Russian claim. Nick Payton-Walsh joining me here in the studio with more. I mean, what more do we have at this point?
Yeah, I mean, look, there seems to have been a substantial incursion by the Ukrainians who said nothing about this at all, but frankly, who else could it be? It's unclear what Ukrainian units might be behind this. Russian bloggers are suggesting this may actually be more official parts of the Ukrainian military. But all that aside, it has caused Vladimir Putin to have to make a pretty unusual statement, which is to talk about a major Ukrainian provocation and how they, he says, are firing on civilians indiscriminately. Bear in mind, Russia appears to be doing that on a daily basis inside of Ukraine. His chief of staff, Valery Gerasimov, has said that the Ukrainian advance...
It's really interesting to hear Vladimir Putin complaining about war crimes, essentially. I mean, wow. Talk about pot calling the kettle black. I suppose, considering this entire war between Ukraine and Russia was started by Vladimir Putin, I guess he could end it by withdrawing his troops from Ukraine. If what's happening is bad, it sounds like he's saying it's bad. Maybe, I guess he could just end the war. Let's go to this. This is from Reuters from a day ago. According to them, a Thai court has ordered the dissolution of opposition party Move Forward. No.
Tallinn's Constitutional Court on Wednesday ordered the dissolution of the anti-establishment opposition party Move Forward. The court ruled its campaign to amend a law that protects the monarchy from criticism risked undermining the democratic system. The decision comes around 6 months after the same court ordered Move Forward to drop its plan to reform a law on royal insults, ruling it was unconstitutional. In a unanimous ruling that cited the court's January decision, The judges said Move Forward had improperly used the monarchy to gain an election advantage, putting the palace in conflict with the people. The monarch is enshrined in the constitution as being in a position of revered worship, and the palace is seen by royalists as sacred.
That's much too big. That is out of control. Nobody needs a picture of themselves that big. I don't care if you are the monarch of Thailand. That's too much. That's too much, man.
As being in a position of revered worship, and the palace is seen by royalists as sacrosanct. Perceived insults of the monarchy are punishable by up to 15 years in jail. The disbandment of Move Forward, which won most seats in the 2023 election, is the latest setback for Thailand's major political parties that are embroiled in a two-decade battle for power. But although the dissolution is likely to anger millions of young and urban voters who backed Move Forward and its progressive agenda, the impact of the ruling is expected to be limited. The party's surviving lawmakers will keep their seats in parliament and are expected to reorganize under a new party. Move Forward has repeatedly denied.
So yeah, seems pretty fucked up, not gonna lie, the whole situation. Oh god, Thailand's government is real weird. Real weird type of deal. You own a life-size portrait of yourself, not on purpose? That's much bigger than life-size. Did you see that? That was not Photoshop. That was like a 50-foot tall fucking photo. In what appeared to be a gilded frame. Who knows how much gold was required to gild that, you know, 2-story tall frame. Or however tall that is. Okay, god. How are we this deep in this fucking stream right now? We're just gonna have to hit some of this shit tomorrow. And like, that's just life. Sometimes that happens. And you're like, let's do this. And then, you know, you're 5 hours into it and you're like, wow, still not done. And you have to take a break in life, but also in streaming. As in life is also in streaming. I think that's the phrase. It is well late. Fuck. We have so many stories still left. I'm trying to figure out what to cut out. What to do tomorrow. Fucking hell. I don't even want to do that one. It's depressing. Let's do this. Let's do this. It's our last video. It's going to be our last one for the night. Let's go to Navarro Media, because they got news on Israel as it relates to the UK. By the way, great job for making it this far. I don't know how you all have done it. Truly. Truly impressive.
At long last, the UK government has finally suspended arms sales to Israel. The civil servants have reportedly begun indicating this when responding to export applications, with the newspaper, the Jewish Chronicle, writing this. One individual involved in arms exports to Israel who was seeking permission received a notice in response that stated, suspended pending policy review. This suspension is happening while the government conducts a wider policy review on the dangers of selling arms to Israel, which will see Foreign Secretary David Lammy make an ultimate decision.
Supporting genocide.
And it's important to note there is no fixed date set for the completion of that review, but it could mean we see exports begin again at a later date. When asked to confirm whether the government had suspended all arms export licenses for Israel, a Department for Business and Trade spokesperson said this: "It is vital that we uphold both our domestic and international legal obligations when it comes to arms exports. We are reviewing the advice available and will come to a considered decision." The department also...
So yeah, that's pretty big news right there. Not as big as, say, the United States declaring this, but this is the kind of stuff that we are needing to be hearing.
Insisted that their policy in regards to Israel has not changed, and added this: "We continue to review export license applications on a case-by-case basis against the strategic export licensing criteria. It is vital that we uphold both our domestic and international legal obligations when it comes to arms exports. We are reviewing the advice regarding exports to Israel, and no decision has been made." This is a fascinating story for me, because you've had in the last several weeks, of course, the end of the previous suspension of funding to UNRWA. The UK has now renewed its funding to UNRWA. The US is isolated in not having that funding. And of course, you had the UK more recently saying that they would respect the decisions of the ICC, the ICJ, who are expected to give out arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. The UK is now saying we have no problem with that. They ended a legal challenge to that, which was co-signed with the Germans. It was really being pushed by the Americans. That's now gone. So surprisingly big, and I think positive steps being made by Labour with regards to Gaza, Israel, Palestine. But this, in terms of ending arms exports or suspending arms exports, even on the sly, even on a go slow, is really interesting. Mike, has Starmer and the new Labour government...
Yeah. Okay. I think that's going to be it, chat. I will still give you a short after stream. Wait, no, it's wrong. What did I just do? Yeah. Well, I guess that's about all for us here, folks. Hope you enjoyed. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Street Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoa, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. You too can help produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying by clicking that link in chat and becoming a Patreon subscriber. For just a few dollars a month, what could possibly be keeping you from becoming even more galactic?
immediately, if not sooner.